How's it going, everyone? And welcome to another episode of No Excuses that's fully staffed this week. By the way, Fern, do you have to run away early?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay, with your favorite show hosts, Ara Still.
I'm Fenorian.
Well, Salim, we're all here to bring you the latest news and games commentary for the week, or so we always say, and then just end up talking about Ho-Oh games because nobody else on the internet seems to be bothering to do anything. So, yeah. But if you'd like to get involved with the show, nevertheless, you can do so by sending us email at noexcusesvtw@gmail.com. You can follow us on the Twitter, or you can join us in the Discord server, which you can get to by clicking on the link provided in the show description of the archive on YouTube.
Yes, indeed. That one.
Yeah. That's a traveller. Why is there a traveller here?
Because I clicked the wrong button. So,
There you go. Your fishwife.
this week on the show, there's a whole mess of ZZZ stuff. I'll have to leave all the story stuff for the event out. But even if Fall had a normal week this week, he wouldn't have had time to do all of it. It is a mega chonker with polychromes everywhere.
Cool with that.
And
Nice.
it's I'll talk a bit about the mini games because those were put out in the preview. But we also have a Genshin event that none of us have done because I did it once. The bonus was Overload. I went in with Farisa, and 2 people picked Zhao.
Obviously. I've seen quite a few people posting in-game chat logs on my timeline of them trying to convince people to adhere to the actual bonuses and them just insistently picking either Xiao or Kazuha or their favorite character, whichever it is.
Oh dear. Alright, well, shall we get that out of the way?
We can do that while we talk because you'll have to start it though. It's under events. And you'll have to queue it up.
Yep. Just got to skip through all the tutorial stuff again because I'm pretty sure we've already done this event.
It's slightly different, but it's just a different way you pick your buffs at the start.
Only slightly then.
Haven't done any of it, so hopefully it will let me in.
Hang on. Matchmaking with pre-made teams, a single player. Okay. It should. I don't see why it shouldn't.
Yep, and let us in. So yeah. Hydro and Pyro.
Vaporize.
Okay.
Is Sharky actually going to get some use?
Maybe. I guess I got my weaker then.
Not Kokomi, but on Reflex.
Hey, there's 2 of you. What is going on?
No!
No. Bad not Ari.
Bad fake Ari. Already have a Mob Week. Picking a second one B.
Redundant.
I have a second one other than Traveler.
All right.
Or I could go Bennett.
I have C1 Mob Week. We'll do this.
All right. Let's do this. This is going to be...
He's going to change to Shout at the last second, just you watch.
If he does, I'm switching back to flipping Mualani.
Yep.
I was ready to hit that reselect button. Mob Week is...
All right, we'll go with that.
Oh,
all right.
You pick the HP one, not the damage one, Fern, by the way.
Oh, hang on, reselect. Doesn't matter. Whatever, confirm. So many walls of text coming into this. I don't want to read all that.
Yeah, I closed it.
24 opponents on size safe. Entire battlefield will become a safe zone. I don't understand any of this.
Yeah, I didn't read a word of it.
Nah. Just do donuts. That is how you do. You press E, you do donuts. Your ultimate comes up, you press your ultimate, you do donuts. So, right. I guess we should go into weeks. And my week really hasn't been a whole lot of Ho-Yo this week because I just haven't felt like playing Ho-Yo. My one big adventure I went on this week, though, was the wonderful world of Stick Drift on the VR goggle controllers.
Oh no. I have not had any drift problems on those. I
I think I just got a dud, honestly.
I have had the stick get a little out of whack, but if I just press really hard on it, it clicks back into place.
Yep. Yeah, in my case, it was running loose, and every now and again, and by every now and again, I mean like a 1 in 3 chance, actually, at that point, if I hit forward, my character would walk backwards.
Hmm.
Or if I'm trying to do some delicate platforming, my character would just take a random step to the side and jump into a pit. Incidentally, playing Skyrim and doing jumping puzzles in VR, no. Just no.
No, we just missed it.
So yeah, that is one of those times I'm not ashamed to say I just turned the teleport mode back on rather than the smooth movement.
Yeah.
Plunging attacks.
I am probably the wrong character for that. I wish I bought my Kaniche.
I'm attempting to do plunging attacks with a motorcycle.
Possibly go wrong.
I mean, her animation's a plunging attack. That should count, right? So yeah, thankfully with the quests, unlike Nintendo, it is possible to replace the sticks on your own. It is not easy, and it is incredibly fiddly and annoying, but it is possible.
Yeah.
It is possible, I suppose, with the Joy-Cons as well, but you need the specialty screwdriver. And I have a sneaking suspicion if you try it with the Switch 2, they'll detect it and ban your account or something and call it an illegal modification.
They do like doing
Nintendo,
that.
they do seem to be very much on the fun of doing that at the moment.
Yeah, I get the feeling that's gonna not hold up in
Oh, there
court.
are lawsuits. There are already lawsuits.
Like, Nintendo's incredibly litigious, but and has very experienced lawyers, but I don't think that'll escape the EU's.
Yeah, right now
rules.
Brazil's actually the one that's kind of the front of the pack. Oh,
What did we do? What did we need to do, and what did we fail to do?
So
I don't know.
We needed a Zhao here that could actually, do something.
That's not the answer to the question, though. The answer to the question is what the objective was and how did we fail it.
Oh, we didn't kill enough dudes.
Oh, okay. So yeah, if you are going to embark on the replace your joystick thing, honestly, good luck. Just make sure you have some very good tweezers.
Still, you told me you couldn't fight this thing.
Oh, where'd it go?
Where is it?
All right. Oh, are we going to actually get this thing on time?
Really?
Really? I
said
mean-
future!
I mean, the obvious joke is obvious there, I suppose, but still. I assume, Ari, you already had that achievement?
Yeah, it didn't pop for me.
Yeah. He who controls the spice. All the elemental bursts. All right. As far as gaming this week, I put a good chunk of time into going through Revenge of the Savage Planet, which I've been meaning to do. Which I'm going to say is basically a general all-round improvement on the first game. The first one was basically a first-person Metroidvania. That is not a great mix, honestly.
Worked before.
It has, but when it's being incredibly goofy and silly at the same time, you kind of lose a lot in the visual noise.
Yeah, I cannot remember the name of it, but I swear I played one or two of them.
Probably. You may have actually played the first Savage Planet.
Possible. I played so
You
many.
can, in fact, make your character make dog noises still, by the way. It is just as annoying, but unlike the first game, if you get annoyed with your character's voice, you can change it now. So the sequel it's in third person now, so all your platforming and everything is just tidier. What are we doing? Shields have an advantage. Characters with shields have an advantage. Bows have an advantage. I don't have any character that matches that.
You need just pick a cryo or a hydro character.
All right, we'll go that. Go Skirk.
Need there to be at least one other cryo character for it to work, though. If the other guy doesn't pick a cryo, I've got to change.
I'll switch to.
Yep.
And switch to what you call it, depending on what he picks. God dang it!
But why though?
Locked in already.
Can we drop out? Oh no.
Right.
I mean, we literally don't have anything.
Fundamentally won't work, so I've got to change to a different character.
Yeah, it's a not Skirk team.
Yeah.
All right.
So this is going to be all on Aristeel, basically.
Basically, yes.
Oh, Sharky, why?
It's been a long time since I've seen him. He's what? Pyro?
No, he's dressed like a pyro, but he's actually a Nemo.
Oh, right. I remember now.
I already heal with my elemental burst, so that's not helpful.
I
guess
everybody needs to pick
Aristeel.
Every single person needs to pick that bottom one that I just picked.
Yeah, we're gonna need it.
It is literally the only way we're getting through this. And of course, he picks the most useless of the.
Yeah, because we've got two AoE healers, so he picks AoE heal on burst.
Yes, we don't need that one. All right. So where was I? Yeah, Savage Planet.
Can we please elect to ban characters from this?
Yeah, there needs to be a ban list.
Like just at the start, each person is allowed to ban one character.
It's the button's just a rolled up newspaper. Just whack. No.
Just anytime there's an animo character, any animo character that's popular on the list, just ban it. Oh, we ain't getting through this.
Oh no, we are not. This is a bad mix-up.
Is the Kazuha doing anything just out of curiosity?
Knocking
it's not like Kazuha. Kazuha can do a lot of damage. There's no question about that. He's got the potential. He just has to actually do it.
He's knocking dudes out of my Sharky. He's real good at that right now.
Yeah. Barbara's another one I need to do work on. I wanted to upgrade her weapon, but it's the wrong day for the materials. That's still a thing again. That event's over. I'm sad. Incidentally, I don't think any of the other Hoyo games actually do that, do they? Have the the day lock on materials and stuff.
No, there have been non-public questionnaires asking if people would like to see it removed. I don't know why they aren't making that a public question, but they haven't. So you've got to know about the particular surveys in order to fill them in. but they
Right.
are considering it.
All
Barely
right.
squeaked
So
through.
what I'm hearing from that is next time I do one of the public questionnaires, I write that in at the end.
Maybe I should have gone
'Cause
with
it's
Skirk anyway.
Yeah, I'm
maybe
Judging by how little that Kazuha's contributing, probably me operating at a 70% damage reduction would probably be better.
on the plus side, nobody dies.
well. Yeah, and this Kazuha's very very good with those tiny enemies, like knocking them up out of the way of Sharky.
Yeah.
And Sharky has a cooldown. My Mavuka, or not Mavuka, my Mulan is not C1.
Yeah. On the plus side, these events are really fun just for spamming your ultimate.
I
Generally, it's
enjoy doing these, but it just the sheer selfishness of my fellow man is something that just keeps coming up and annoying me.
yes.
It's like you could work as a team and we could all have a good time, but you're just interested in waving your Kazuha around
It's
every
not.
single time.
It's not even a good Kazuha.
Yeah, it's not one of those Kazuhas that just one shots everything. It's a Kazuha who's just Kazuha. I feel
He's
like
just
maybe in the time that we were away from the game, did did some meme go around or something that Kazuha's just like a universal safe pick that just Kazuha all the time and you'll be all right?
I know for a fact that like Kazuha was the Zelonin of his day, and was like
yes.
on every team.
Oh my goodness, people, just focus fire something.
Yeah.
I hate to break this to you, but when the targets are that fat, there is no focus fire with Sharky.
Well, you think you've got it bad. I can only imagine what Sharky must be like for the phone players.
Oh man.
Oh. Yeah, no. No.
We're not killing this
So I'm
thing.
a Barbara. I just hit things with a bubble. That's it. And sing. I don't do damage.
We're not killing these. Holy crap.
No.
Normally the risk with these is that everybody dies, but
At least you don't need to worry about that.
Okay, that's good, because I'm gonna have to face tank everything.
Oh no.
Come on. Here we go.
Alright. Owie.
I'll miss the pufferfish. Stuck behind the fatties.
you think people would notice that every group where people pick Kazuha and Xiao loses, like after a certain amount of time?
You'd think so.
I have a lot more faith in people than I do.
But I'm pretty sure that what's happening is that they log in, they lock in Kazuha or Xiao, and then they just ignore everything else and hit press square over and over again, or click or whatever.
Yeah.
And privately to themselves at the end of every fight, they're just thinking, "What a terrible group that was! They didn't even carry me."
Yeah. And that's, I think, it is they just want to be carried.
All right, so I'm going to ignore the Kazuha next time and just try Skirk if we get frozen again.
Yeah, because I don't have any Hydro character aside from Barbara, I think. Nothing that's even remotely built.
If we see Kazuha or Zhao, and we just don't know what to do with the lineup, I may just bust the Navi out and hope that Constellations can carry us.
Well, that's the reasoning that most people use to pick their favorite character every time. I've seen a lot of people complaining about that as well. It's like, oh, so this is an overload map, and so the person's just playing their C6 Ayato because they like their husbando.
Yep.
Melt.
Oh.
Oh. I'm definitely going to bring my C2 Savali.
Mobweek is the correct answer, Fern.
Mavwika is almost certainly the correct answer.
That means
Unless
that means that the cry application is 100% on me.
Okay,
So how are we going to deal with the plunging attack part, though? That's the problem.
I mean, I've only got 2 things that can enable plunging attacks, and one of them's Animo.
And the last round is shatter. So we'll bring the physical, I guess. We can't
Yeah.
freeze, so we can't. We've got no advantage in the last boss. We'll have to do raw power. It'll be raw
I
power. Will
mean,
be all there is to it.
Mavwikas with claymores, I guess.
We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out.
Uh,
We're going to need the healing this time, aren't we?
only one person, maybe.
All right.
Will you do donuts faster if I pick the normal attack speed thing, or is that attached to your skill?
I think it's
I don't know, actually.
I think it's attached
would
to
be funny.
skill and burst. I think
All right,
it's
I guess
skill.
I'll go the healing one. Since I get my my ultimates off faster.
I can't heal at all.
None of us can.
My
well-
damage is irrelevant. I might as well go for elemental mastery so that the melt is bigger, right?
And
Yeah.
Because
should
I'm
work.
going to accidentally trigger some of the melts whether I like it or not.
well, it's all party members' elemental mastery gets increased, so
Yeah. Coaches have. Right. Okay. More donuts.
boss fall. Cryo applicator. I lost him doing donuts.
I can't tell where a person is positioned because their actual standing position is not where they are on the screen. It's
Oh yeah.
wherever the center of their donut is.
Yeah, Mavwika do be like that.
No, why are these assholes? Trying to get the fatties that ran away.
All right.
At least since I'm C2, I can shield everybody.
Okay. So we got through that one.
Could have been worse.
Could have been worse.
At least everybody's on element, even if we only have one source of cryo application.
And notice how much easier that was.
Yes.
But plunging attacks, on the other hand,
I got a bike.
We got motorbike. We can just go throw motorbikes at him. It's
Uh,
fine.
Fern, if you're riding the bike and you jump in the gust of wind like you would be deploying a glider, your motorbike will go up with it.
Yes. Because the motorbike sprouts wings because, you know, why not?
as a catalyst user, I can apply element with my plunging.
All right.
But what happened to those ones?
I don't know.
Oh, we got We almost got full points.
Almost. All right, we're going to
The
have
Incon element
to.
is kind of nice. Is this thing even vulnerable to cryo? Like, I don't even remember.
Oh,
Well,
this
it's
is
supposed to be doing shatter on it, so you'd think so.
this is the one where I mentioned if you freeze the dumb thing, it totally cripples itself. But we're just gonna have to live without that.
Oh, it's Fancy Vaporeon. Okay.
Trying to plunging attack it.
Already got it to the half here.
Oh yeah, we're just going to wreck this thing.
Seems tired.
Nope, nope, fell back over again.
Well, that was a bit brutal.
Poor guy.
Every fight with that thing goes that way.
He's fancy, and that's it. That's all he got. All right. So I probably should quickly finish up my week then. So Savage Planet, Revenge of the Savage Planet. I do recommend it. It is very silly, and I don't know why, but it is being labeled as a survival game in some places. It's not. It's basically the same process as the first one, where you gather up motes of resource in order to craft your upgrades, but the only one of those that actually matters is the printer slurry, which you get out of treasure chests. The other three you just get incidentally all over the place, and you'll never ever run out of them. So that, as far as a survival game, that's as far as it goes. Or that, or the town building element, which is part of the story. You do build a town, but because you're stranded out in the middle of 100 light years from Earth, you're basically building a town for no one, which is kind of sad, actually. The other big thing of it is, of course, the FMVs. They like their full motion videos.
FMVs.
Yep. So you've got your full story beats that will come for it as in terms of video messages from incredibly deranged people. Also, they drag out the dancing baby meme at one point from, when was that, 1998 or something?
That's old.
At least. I think it's older than that.
Yeah. The fact that they have a baby sitting there, it's a little boy in a blue diaper, and they do some really creepy stuff where he actually starts talking, and that's all great. And then just to finish off that, they the bad guy presses a button on the console to make the baby dance, and it just turns into that baby. It's jarring and weird and incredibly stupid. And weird and incredibly stupid basically sums up everything about the game.
1996, one of the first viral videos on the internet.
There you go.
Oh man, that's old.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that sounds about right based on what demo discs I remember seeing it embedded on.
Yeah, freaking dancing baby. So yeah, as far as the story goes, essentially you were shipped out to build a colony by evil corporation de jure, and on your 100-year journey, you got simultaneously acquired by evil company Super Company and fired. So now you need to make your own way home. As you go along, you have to uncover the evil new company's regime and kind of expose them. The company from the first one, and indeed the boss from the first game, is still around, and he does play a role. His company isn't so much evil and unethical; it's just evil and stupid. So the new megacorp that comes in is evil, unethical, and stupid. So yay! So beyond that, that's basically it for the story. They keep it very simple. It's just you want to go home. All this other stuff's happening, but it doesn't really matter because it's all stupid. So who cares? Beyond that, yeah, they've tightened up the combat because it's not in first person anymore. They can play around with things a little bit more. You do have a creature capture mechanic, which basically means you stun a creature and then you lasso it and you capture it. That's it. You can use that to unlock costumes. So yeah, I've still got a little bit to go on it, but I can basically see how it's all going to basically end. It's like you go on your ship and leave a dumpster fire while you cryo sleep your way back to Earth. That's how the game's going to end. Significantly less buttholes this time around, though, which is thankful. The first game, they liked buttholes a bit too much.
I see.
They were, yeah. A lot of the really puerile humor is mostly gone, but there's still elements of it there in the FMV ads, which play whenever you go back to your base.
Are you
They're
saying
just on
that this
big.
is a good thing, or are you saying that this is a bad thing? Because I really don't know.
It's a mixed bag. I mean, everyone at some point was an 8-year-old boy. And everyone still inside them has that 8-year-old boy who will never, ever stop finding button fart jokes funny.
Oh,
Well, at least Fern can use Kanich if it's
I can
burning.
bring my Kanich. Don't suppose anyone's got an Emily.
best we got is a Nahida.
He's gonna pick Skirk.
Come
Or
on,
Shao.
Danny. You know you can do it.
At least it doesn't.
Pick something on.
Of course.
But why though? But why though?
If he's a baddie, that's why. Well, at least it can spread fire, I guess. Maybe, kind of.
Assuming Dendro
Yes.
isn't the thing on the flippin'. We have
We don't have a
significant.
healer.
Elemental skill damage.
We'll
I
see.
will deal with the healing, I guess.
See what idiot picks. If he picks that one, you might want to.
Energy recharge just means that a whore's going to run into himself constantly again as it is.
He desperately wants to just spam Kazuha Wind all the time. That's all he's interested in. Why is everybody so bad?
He didn't even pick a
The
buff.
energy recharge one in this is completely irrelevant. You're already boosted up to the 9s.
Grief.
Use a Bazzy Kazuha. And yeah, just swirl. So yeah, I'm going to say Savage Planet is a recommendation. It is good. It's fun. It is incredibly stupid. And honestly, all the enemies, when you kill them, explode into just showers of goo. And that never really gets old. Although some of the goo is significantly less friendly to stand in than most of it. The only other big thing I will say about it is your little robot companion who comes with you. You have your choice of voice for it, which you can turn off. You can minimize its chatter, or you can turn it off entirely. But if you turn it off entirely, you do miss some story. You have your choice between incredibly bubbly AI corpo voice. You know, that extremely obnoxious one that tends to be on ads all the time?
Mm-hmm.
Or
it sounds like it's like a hair away from killing itself.
Yes, that one. Yeah, or a game show host, basically. So I have to go game show host. It is slightly less annoying.
Why can't they have interesting options like Brian Blessed?
Brian Blessed, I would love to have as an AI companion. I'd never hear anything else ever, but I would have Brian Blessed.
I would
Although
maybe settle for Stanman.
Yeah. Though Brian Blessed actually did the announcer for the what was it? The PS4 Micro Machines game, and that game was dreadful. Not even Brian Blessed could save it because the whole thing was an exercise in brand marketing and microtransactions.
I know that there was an unsuccessful Kickstarter for a TomTom voice track for him.
Nice.
So that people could have their GPS give them instructions in the voice of Brian Blessed. Complete with bawling them out if they took a wrong turn.
Yes. What did happen to those days? There used to be a whole market of novelty TomTom voice hacks.
Google destroyed it.
Yeah. What do you mean you're having fun? You can't have that. We can't profit from fun.
That said, that's the exact same argument this Kazuha's using.
Yeah, true.
I mean, ultimately, Kazuha's not a terrible pick for this, just not a good one.
He's just not a good
Like,
one. He's kind of...
The fact is that burning does elemental damage, and he is spreading the pyro around, which makes my job a little bit easier.
Yeah.
If it-
Yamcha. Will I be able to use my the elemental fruits on this? I don't even know if he actually drops them in here.
He probably does. Kind of a core mechanic does.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, there he goes. Except I'm mid-spin, so I can't do anything about him.
I already lit him on fire.
Because, yeah, because Kenichi also doubles as a Yamcha, you can pick him up and throw him at him.
Oh, I see. Really pulling. Overdue for it.
Where's he gone? Where's he gone?
He hopped over here.
Way over here.
He's outside the Matrix. Get him back inside the Matrix. Oh,
Come on, you going to come over here? There he comes.
No, he's leaving the Matrix again throughout the other
Oh,
side.
he went straight through it.
Probably at least kill it, but I don't expect us to get any bonuses. It's going to be tight, though.
Unfortunately, I can't really contribute to the damage in any meaningful way. No, he's right.
I just don't
That was as
know.
close as it could possibly be.
We could not have got that any closer. Oh, no. Wait. Okay.
Oh, I
So
died.
you
Yeah, I
you
died.
fell over.
Yeah, I died in the middle of that somewhere.
We didn't have a healer. We only had as much healing as I could deal out.
Okay.
I could not pick a damage one because Kazuha.
Because Kazuha. Oh, these events. I don't have Kazuha, and I don't want Kazuha now.
He's got Dendro Traveler. He's got Diluc still on his display page again, so maybe he's a returner.
Maybe.
No, his
Alright.
Kazuha is literally his highest level 5-star character who is not the Traveler.
Right.
That's why he's picking Kazuha, because he's got nothing else.
He's got nothing else.
Unless he's just not posting any of those characters. I know people don't update those things very often.
Yeah, true. So anyway, that is basically my week. It's been a bit more relaxed, and beyond that, it's been Savage Planet, a bit of RimWorld. I've discovered again this morning why you don't just leave RimWorld run and walk away, because zombie apocalypses just randomly happen.
Would love to. Character.
Oh, there we go. Okay, what are we doing?
I don't have any really strong plays for this.
I guess I've
Pretty
got.
much have to go Farina. Last goal, go Xiao.
I guess I'll go catching.
You go
I
Barbara.
don't
Farina
have-
can keep her buff up longer.
All right, that might be easier.
We can.
Good luck, Aristeel.
Crap.
Oh no!
All right. Yeah, stay Barbara because Bouncy Cow falls over hard.
Bouncy Cow does.
And I'm anti-healing, so.
All right.
I need all the help I can get.
Yeah. Do you get anything out of
Do you
elemental
need it?
mastery?
I'm not EM build, but that is a lot of
Okay.
EM. But just skill damage will get us further.
All right. Now we'll go to skill damage.
I will go this one so that we don't overlap.
Yep. Or should I?
Do crit damage otherwise, Fern.
We'll go with that. So yeah, that's been my week. I don't have anything else. Bouncy cow.
I can get 1 token by free bouncing.
Also, does it count as a plunging attack? I assume it does.
Yeah, everything she does counts as a plunging attack.
Nice.
Well, unless you screw up.
Just for those heals.
Why does this seahorse moo?
Not a seahorse. It's a whale.
Why does it moo?
I can't do damage to the Hydro one, so I'll hang out over by the Dendro one, I guess.
I'm not sure I'm actually accomplishing anything there here at all, aside from healing.
We can't electro charge because of all the blooms.
Just hyper bloom it. Do it.
I'm so glad they gave Verisa an out for if her skill gets stuck in a wacky position on cooldown.
There's an out? I wish I knew about an out.
Oh no.
These guys keep sucking my juice, so I can't do my ultimate attack follow up.
Oh my.
Oh my. Indeed. Incidentally, how is Child's damage? Because he doesn't seem to be doing much.
It's good for 2.x.
Ah. Ish.
I wish I could put a raid marker over Aristeel's head so I could see where he was.
No, that's not going to help you. I'm literally bouncing
No,
all
no,
over the
for
place.
Easter it won't help at all. You need a character to hold still for some sort of length of time for that.
We should be fighting in the circle, people. I don't know why people are like this.
Because I keep auto-targeting throws me out of the circle.
You don't have Sharky, there's no excuse.
It's just like Sharky with its targeting.
Oh dear. Is Barbara going to fix it? Oh, we're going to bare minimum our way through this whole thing, aren't we?
No, I think we got all the bonus points. No, we didn't. That's a lie.
No, we
We
didn't.
didn't have. We don't. Everything is terrible forever.
No, we got. No.
The UI is pretty bad for displaying what you've got and what you.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Boop, boop, boop. And away we go.
At least we can stay on target somewhat this time. Although
There's
is this
only
the one
one
that
of them,
splits?
yeah.
Is this the one that splits
Uh,
into different pieces?
it might be.
It's using plunging attacks on us.
Copying me.
Okay. You got
Yes.
the cubies.
Gotta find the glowy one, right?
Don't know. You tell me.
They all look equally glowy.
It's this one.
One has a ring around its feet. It's not the glowing. It's that's got an aura.
Okay.
Do more damage. Do more damage. Why did this guy pick child?
Yay, we got it
Just barely.
again.
I'm bouncing my fat butt as hard as I can.
Why would you pick a damage dealer the same type as the off-field applicator support? That's just not the play, man.
It's not.
His electros are really low level. They're all 60s.
Okay, so another
His only 90 is child.
right.
He's got Albedo and Hu Tao at 80 and Diluc at 80, and he's got Navia, Yu-Gi-Oh guy, Yellen at 70, Clorinda at 60, Kazuha 60. Yeah.
Is this
Sasuke
just what
50.
it is now? Sino is just Yu-Gi-Oh guy now.
Pretty much. He's
I
bad
couldn't
puns.
remember what his name was.
He's bad
Yu-Gi-Oh and
puns.
dad jokes, I suppose.
Yeah, he's bad puns and Yugimons, and that's pretty much all his character is.
All right, you only got a few more rounds to go to get all this.
Maybe 2 more for you guys, and 1 more for me.
Depending on how well it goes, might be able to get it done in one.
It's not going to go that well.
Why would you jinx us like that?
I know. Well, considering
Let's
the run,
try it again.
Oh.
I was. You caught me right when I was tapping back into the game, and whatever button I hit canceled.
Oh, right. Yeah, considering the run we've had at the moment, the bare minimum is basically to be expected. So that's all we're getting.
A guy with Japanese characters with Farina as his avatar. Okay.
It looked like Corey to me,
Explosive.
but I only saw it for a moment.
Yes, I'm weaker then.
Overload.
Ooh.
Really? Really? Farina for overload?
Bro,
Really?
no.
Why?
Oh, thank goodness.
Okay, we can work with this.
We can work with that.
No.
No.
It's like no good pick for me except Mavwika, so.
I'm just gonna
Do I bring the Bennett for the heals and the damage boost? Also, my Bennett is actually 80, which helps. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll bring Bennett. Why are you actively working against this strange person from Korea? Elemental damage.
Fern, pick the top one. We got
We
Farina.
need some healing. Farina's going to bleed us dry.
Yeah, she is.
And you are Bennett, so you should be first in the lot.
Got to put the Bennett circles everywhere.
Safe zones.
If you're not in the Bennett circle, you're wrong.
You know, turn everything into vape instead of.
I'm gonna let that thing come up.
Yeah, if we can get them to group up, would be nice.
Oh, that one just said, "Screw you."
Constantly getting knocked back.
Frickin' lasers.
Why? Why? Why you fight him in the fucking circle?
But you put your circle outside the circle.
I did. I wasn't paying a whole lot of attention there. Also, the cooldown on my Bennett circle at this point is instant, aside from the hard cooldown.
Well,
So,
we got
yeah.
max points.
We did.
Feet attendance before attacking.
Okay, kill the little ones before the
Yeah.
big ones.
I don't know how you're supposed to do that considering everybody uses AoE, but whatever.
And I guess in theory, the big ones will have more HP, so.
Oh yeah, they just evaporated.
Rena didn't get the memo.
No.
We are over here trying our best.
Still one more. Yep.
There's still a little one? Oh, it's still over there.
Freaking Goon Squad knows what's up, but the Farina doesn't.
The Farina just that's unga bunga.
Like the Goon Squad's AI is actually following the stage requirements, but the Farina's just doing whatever.
Yeah. Yay! I got Farina over here now.
I still didn't always run to the furthest one.
We got the.
We were a man down, basically, and Aristil, for some reason, likes to run for the furthest one because he's faster than everybody else.
I don't. I just picked one and ran to it.
But somehow you managed to miraculously choose the one that was furthest from us every time. Fortunately, I'm just vaping. I'm not managing to overload.
I'm somehow getting electrocharged. Because Farina just applies too much hydro.
Yeah. I'm applying as much pyro as I can, but we have a Farina who is kind of doing the exact opposite.
Yeah, it's okay. It does not matter. The thing is dead.
It don't matter. Yamkasor just got bodied.
So 1 minimum point, 2 max points.
I'll take it.
Look at that.
Didn't you learn the lesson from this, Farina? My goodness. Non-contributor.
Oh, they don't have a lot of choices to pick from.
They've got Shangling. They've got Shangling built. Don't give me that.
Oh, do they?
Yeah, Shangling would have been a much better pick.
Shangling would have been a perfect pick. They chose Farina to be useless.
Bring some guava. And I'm done.
If these weren't themed, then Farina would be a fine pick because the sheer amount of stats that she gives when she's buffing is good. The problem is that in these events, the buffs that you get massively outstrip character kit buffs. So it's about enabling people to get those buffs. It's not about your internal group stats. Is there a claim all button, or do I have to go through this one by one?
Oh, but one by one. And that's some more levels for the battle pass. Thank you very much.
Well, we can do with all the Primogems they're willing to give me, I guess.
Yep. All right.
Bank,
Speaking of,
piggy bank is very empty right now.
I did do one thing actually just before the show that I probably should mention, and that is I have wailed.
Why? Why would you
Because
leap headfirst into the trap into which Aristeal and I have fallen, having seen what it has done to us?
I don't know. I'm
it's not
pretty happy
exactly
with the money I spent
leaping
on
head
ZZZ.
first in as being dragged reluctantly through the door.
I don't know. I'm pretty happy with all the money I spent on ZZZ. The other Hoyo games, not so much, but ZZZ, definitely.
Yeah. Honestly, the amount of fun that I've gotten out of Genshin, it's probably worth a little bit of money at this point. All right, so I'm going to spin and see if I can get Emily this time.
Oh, you should turn your stream on, and I can put it up with
All right.
with pop out mode. This is going to be really jank, but
This is going to be incredibly jank. But I've done it before. It just takes some cobbling.
this I should be able, if I can find picture in a picture mode, wherever they put it. There it is. Pip out. I can grab it. Go. Put it on the main monitor over there. Eventually.
Getting this all working in real time.
Yep, doing this for realsies.
Gee.
As much as it grinds my gears, the guy that always picks the off-type character, like complaining about the one asshole or however many assholes who can't seem to stay on type is half the fun of the event.
It does
Honestly,
make for a very
yeah.
interesting type of bonding experiment.
And you kind of realize that a lot of people do just kind of front load their accounts with just one character. They'll pick their favorite and just go with it.
Okay, I've
So
got
it gives
you.
you a slice of what other people's accounts are like. Like, as far behind the leading edge of the curve as Aristeal is and as I am on Genshin, most accounts look more like Ferns than they do look like ours.
Yeah, they'll have one character that's built and maybe a couple that are half built to support it.
Okay, I've got you.
And you happen to decide to main the guy who makes the most noise.
Well, to be fair, Kenichi himself is fairly quiet.
Yep,
That's just a whore.
It showed
He
up on
comes with a
stream.
whore.
We got it working, Fern. Have you
All right.
pictured in the upper right?
Let's see how bad this is going to go.
Well, you spin. I'm going to go to the bathroom again.
Yeah, this is riveting content. We're doing spins.
If you
And
if you just see a purple, you could probably skip it. But
Yao Yao. I'm not going to say no to Yao Yao. Yao Yao does some work, honestly.
How many did you get? I thought I saw only like 200 spin or 20 spins.
I think it's only about 20 or 30 spins by the time I cash everything out. Because I didn't want to go, the full porpoise. I'm only a very small whale.
Okay, so you can do 20 more.
That's purple. We'll just skip that.
Another
Zhangling.
I'll take a Guoba. Guoba's good.
Guoba's good.
Yeah, 4 stars. It's particularly the old 4 stars. They're at least as good as a 5-star once you get them up to reasonably high constellations. Like in terms of their utility, they're usually not going to bring 6-digit numbers or anything.
What is that?
In terms of their value to a team,
that's a jangling weapon.
That's a jangling weapon. So okay, I'll take that. Can I wiggle another spin?
I don't think so.
I need the shop.
Ah, there you go.
I think I've already. Yeah, I got a couple of those.
Check your Stardust
I think
exchange.
I've already got my Stardusts, so probably not enough. Yeah, I still need 670 gems. So that's it.
You can do individual spins.
Yeah, but you
Also,
don't get the guaranteed on those.
there's
you
no
do.
guarantee on those.
Oh, is there no guarantee on those?
Oh no, hold on. It's Blue Archive that there's no guarantee. There is, I think, a cumulative guarantee.
Yeah, I thought it was a cumulative guarantee.
Okay, so you think
I was thinking of Blue Archive because I did so many single pulls this week.
Also, if you
it's not like Shadowverse where it just says on the screen so many pulls until guaranteed legendary,
or ZZZ,
or ZZZ.
Because if it works like ZZZ's banner, then it does not care if it's single or double pulls. If you go to your history, you can tell how deep you are towards guarantee.
Yeah, which
I don't think that counts your most recent, like 30. So if you,
yeah,
Well,
it doesn't
it's just
update
got a really
immediately.
slow. It's got a really slow periodic update. It's not really
Yeah.
reliable while you're pulling.
you just keep pressing the page right, and you can count on history.
Yeah.
It's
So
5
you
per
think I
page.
should do the singles?
Yeah,
It's up to you.
All right, let's see.
you're in this deep.
I mean, I've gone this far. Another
No,
guava.
like Wobo.
Do I need? Well, I'm going to probably build a an overload team next. So I mean, not a bad option.
You're going to focus on an overload team. You need to have Chivalrous. Like, there's basically no point otherwise.
And you don't just need Chevrolet, you realistically need to see.
Yeah, that's annoying.
Like, for some reason, they've just hard locked Overload right now behind Chevrolet. There's no 5-star that can do it just by having the character.
No,
Bleh.
no, Lou. Realistically, the damage bonus for C6 is only about 1/5 of like the total damage, but
Oh, no, that's it.
well, I mean, yeah, once you put all the pieces together, C6 Chivalrous is like going to, increase your team's power collectively by almost
Yeah.
double. So, yeah, and
Do I
Chivalrous
have
by
it right?
herself is also
No.
Chivalrous is the hardest 5-star to get in my opinion, 4-star to get in my
Yeah.
opinion, because she always appears on Raiden Shogun banners. She's appeared
Oh,
on she's appeared on a non-Raiden Shogun banner once, I think, something like that. So you've basically got to wait until she just randomly pops out of the regular gacha
yeah.
7 times.
There you go. There's a team I could build that nobody has any clue how it works. The Kujo Saro team.
No, that's the you sticker with Raiden Shogun.
Basically, yes.
Nobody builds around Kujo Sara.
Nobody
Nobody
even
builds.
nobody even sticks nobody even sticks her with Raiden Shogun because they're just better choices.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, you would for the meme, but because remember she has Raiden Shogun figurines because she's a big fan.
Mm-hmm. All right, I've got you off the screen now. So
All right. Well, in that case, I'm going to run around and I'm going to pick flowers for Bennett because Bennett needs a load of flowers.
Good on him.
Then I could probably run around and pick flowers for Mavwika because Mavwika also needs flowers.
yep, and you
A
got
different kind of flower.
you got another week to go primo fishing to try and scoop Emily.
Yeah. Building up pity is not a bad thing.
Well, it is usually, but
But the practice of building up pity is a bad thing. You should not think in those
Yeah.
terms.
Yeah.
yeah, budgeting pools is fine if you only kind of sort of want a character. I do that occasionally, like I did with Casca.
Yep.
But don't go in with I'll build pity otherwise, and because you want a 4-star or something, and you're like, oh well, it's all just built pity. You could wind up screwing yourself.
Yeah. If it goes off early, then yeah, you're kind of boned.
Yeah, especially like
Which-
you're sitting on a lost 50-50. So
Yeah.
whenever you're sitting on a lost 50-50, you don't want to think about building pity because that's asking to get yourself in trouble.
Yes. So yeah, just spin on the one I want constantly.
And buy all these windmill asters over here.
Oh, did I?
Put the
I went a different direction.
jellyfish next to 'em.
If I put a Mondstadt tracker, specialty tracker in the team, does that track for everybody or just for me?
Good question. I don't know.
That's an excellent question.
Try it.
Don't think so, but try it.
I don't think it tracks for everybody, but there's only one way to find out.
You track specialties
I
from
think Klee
onset?
tracks. I think Klee does. I'll just check. Klee, do you track specialties from stat? Yes, all of my treasures is her specialty tracker.
Okay.
So there's a windwheel aster over here. Well, there's a specialty at least over here.
Yeah.
But does
Honestly,
it put a
the
hand on
mini-map-
your map over here?
Yeah, because the minimap covers it, it's those skills are slightly less useful now.
So does
One
it put
road.
a marker on your minimap or not?
Oh, the marker's already
No?
there because I've got it set to track.
No, it's a hand-shaped marker for collectible if you have a tracker
Okay.
on the team, and it will put
Right.
that there even if you've got the blue
Uh,
circle.
in that case, no.
Right.
There's some.
I'm used to seeing the Natland ones because Kanish is also a Natland collector.
So
Mika that has the track specialties. Yeah, Mika does the 4-star random Mondstadt character they added much later, like in the middle of Sumeru.
the one of the enhancements coming in 5.8 is that when you are tracking resources, it will also give you a list of characters who can track that.
That would be very useful. Because some of them are very obvious and very easy to spot. Others, not so much. Especially ones that involve looking up. Because people tend not to look up very often.
It's some of the specialties. Some of them just don't have very many spawns, like Kokami's Pearls. Or I've heard the Sino one was really bad when he first came out because only part of the desert was available for the scarabs he needed.
Oh, yep. Oh, there's some. Yeah, thankfully, the windmill asters are one of the most common ones. Anyway, Vol, what has your week been doing? We should probably keep moving on.
Hey, Buff Clee. My week at work was a nightmare. I had to work a lot of hours, and my fuel gauge is pointing at the E right now. And I still have to go back to work tomorrow because the boss of bosses has demanded my presence. So I've got to show up on my weekend and take my medicine from the boss. And it's all Corpo KPIs. It's all Corpo KPIs. He, what's his freaking Corpo lingo for it? It's like he calls it a driving business rule or something like that. I don't know what it means. But it's basically about considering expenses above everything else as the effect.
It's wankonomics. It means nothing.
But yeah, what the translation of that is that the situation on the ground does not matter if your KPIs are bad. So, like for instance, my KPIs for staff competency are 0% out of 100 at the moment. But I've done like twice as much work on staff competency assessment as is actually necessary for any given calendar year. The problem is that I did it all ahead of schedule instead of on the schedule, which means that for the second quarter, I didn't clear anything because I did it in the first quarter. So my KPIs are 0 and I have to be abused for it.
But in typical fashion, the things that the KPIs are actually measuring and reality are two entirely different things.
Well, KPIs are made up by somebody who doesn't know anything about what the KPI is measuring.
Yep.
So they decide on a measurement system in the complete abstract, and it doesn't touch reality at any point. So there's no way for it to genuinely measure the state of play as it is in the real world. It just measures the state of the theoretical version of the real world. And the theoretical version of the real world is if you're off schedule, it means you haven't done it.
Yes. Despite the fact that the paperwork and all the records will say otherwise.
Oh yeah, like anybody can go and look at my records and say, okay, so you've done 20 of these where you were scheduled to do like 3.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter because that's not where
They were done they were done on the wrong day for the schedule's preferences. So anyway, that's what it's like working for a corporate structure. Don't do it, man.
Don't do it. Yeah. Like working for a family business is tough, but the corpo is like a complete opposite level of insanity.
So, because Clee.
Everyone's favorite little war criminal.
Yeah, I couldn't do Corpo. I would starve before I did Corpo.
Yeah, I spent my time in the supermarket machine. That was bad enough.
Like,
The there is a graveyard of people who decided they couldn't do corpo science and would start their own, and that's why it's so easy to get secondhand lab equipment because you can't compete with the Shoggoths.
No, you
Period. End.
cannot.
It's like trying to open a local high street grocer. You're not going to compete with the supermarket.
Not unless you've got some weird hook of your own.
Yeah, like you would need to be working in an area full of very rich people who are terminally online, but watch like health foods channels and then have one of them promote you.
Yeah,
Then you'll make money for a season until they forget you exist.
and you got to remember to add the correct suffixes to your products. You know, the ones that don't actually mean anything, like organic
and free range.
Yeah,
and free range.
and everybody working in your staff has to have their pronouns on their name tag.
And if they're male, a hair bun.
Yeah, man bun.
Got to have the man bun.
Don't
I hate
understand why the
myself
man bun
already.
is a thing, but like
I don't know. It's so dumb. So ugly.
every male I have seen from California wears their hair like that.
Just why you look stupid.
I think it's just like that's the Californian hairdo for men, I guess. Don't know. Fair enough.
Anyway,
Oh, there he is.
yep. How many more do I need? 3 more, and then I'm done with the asters. That was quick.
But yeah. So at any rate, there's just a chest sitting right here, Fern. You just ran straight
Wait,
past it.
really?
Yes.
Right over there. Huh. Okay.
You just walked right by this thing.
I thought I'd gotten just about everything on this area but I guess not. I don't think I'm at 100% for it, but pretty close. 86.
Yeah. So basically, the short version is I didn't have any time to do anything because I spent all my time working.
Joy.
So let's see. Blue Archive, Total Assault Gebra this week, which is new to global server. Bunch of Asters here.
Yeah, basically impossible for me to do at all above level 50.
It is a like I haven't even tried to do the hard ones. I don't try anymore. It's too much work to learn how to do the fights at a high level. They're very fussy and have very specific requirements. I have all of the required characters except like 2 for the perfect team. Who am I missing? I'm missing the big booby hypnotist lady from the Pandemonium Society, and I'm missing Summer Fubuki, who Ara still has. But other than that, I have all of the best characters for that thing. But I don't really have much interest in learning to do the fight properly. But it is one of the more complicated fights at Insane and above. Because there's 3 like genuinely difficult difficulties: Insane, Torment, and Lunatic, and they are unreasonably difficult on purpose to give people things to attempt. But everything else up to extreme is this for normal people.
Yeah, I can do the level 51. I can't do the level 71. I don't know what that correlates to.
I think level 70 is extreme. I think it's like normal, hard. I can't remember actually. Anyway, I'm not going to attempt to do it for realsies, but the basic gist of it is that there's a thermal reactor behind you. You keep it healed. The more healed it is, the more buffs you get from it. You have a it will randomly drop icicles onto the field that will, basically damage and freeze you, etc. And it also has a mechanic when you're above extreme difficulty where your characters will gradually freeze, and so you have to keep moving. So you need to have a person who can steer the group around in order to keep that debuff down, because it accumulates when you're standing still. I feel like there's another boss that does that in like WoW or something, that you had to keep moving, or maybe it was Final Fantasy. Anyway,
Yeah.
it's an interesting fight, but it's too hard. It's too hard for me to do, to be honest. You need you can do it with a jank team like Koharu will take care of you for the whatchamacallit, the reactor, and keep you alive. Track Yuka will help you move your characters around, although she's not the ideal one, and that's only relevant on the high difficulties. But the main gimmick of the fight is that you can't deal damage with your on-field team to the boss.
Yeah.
Like they do trivial damage, so you've got to focus on dealing damage other ways. For new players, the best for people who are Aristeal and have just come back to the game, school uniform, the Daki. What's her name?
Karen.
That's a
Karen.
term.
That's the one. Well, there's only like 2 brown skinned characters in the game, and one of them is only debatably brown. So
Well, there's the one with the journalists that isn't playable.
yeah, well, I guess. Like,
Other side of that, by the way.
it's kind of an interesting thing that there's like a fundamental assumption that in all new media these days, and all stories that come out that aren't explicitly Western, that all journalists are just scumbags by default until proven otherwise.
I
Like,
wonder
it's
why that is.
a complete reversal on how it used to be back in the day, where the journalist is sort of like the intrepid truth seeker, like decades and decades ago, and now it's like the journalist is sort of this irredeemable scumbag who's only in it to try and ruin as many people as possible for their own entertainment.
Yeah, again, I wonder where they get that from. I have a
But,
birdie thing. I forget where this thing came from.
But yeah, so you can use her as your off-field damage dealer, and she's quite good, but she's a little bit RNG. If you don't want to use her, you can use Mashiro, or you can use both of them really if you want. Mashiro being a regular sort of base roster character who just happens to be one of the she's one of the justice whatchamacallit justice squad
the sniper
characters.
one, the one shot.
Yeah, she's a quite a strong option for if you happen to have her for your off-field damage dealing. But the best one for people with sort of an old generic roster is still what's her name?
Hibiki.
Ifumi. Hibiki, yes, that's one. Hibiki. Because of the fact that the boss is so big, so you'll hit with everything.
Yeah, I was using her and Nagisa, and that can kill the level 50 on field.
I tried using Nagisa, but she's actually proved to be not as good as using Summer Shiroko, because you when you use her damage has never been particularly good. The reason why Nagisa is good is that she debuffs defense as well as doing AoE, which in like normal circumstances is good. Unfortunately, if your on-field team are not doing any damage, debuffing the enemy for your on-field team is of not a great deal of benefit. So Hibiki's the only one benefiting from that. So I ended up using Summer Shiroko because Summer Shiroko's personal damage, number one, it comes out in a burst, and number two, it has a defense debuff as well, so you're not losing that aspect of it. So yeah, in the end, I went with that as my option. But yeah, that's also good because you kind of just want to burst the ice pillars down when they come down, and Nagisa doesn't do enough damage to do that, and she's quite slow at it as well. So Summer Shiroko is better from that perspective as well. But the the boss is definitely not easy to do for a newer account. You pretty much want to have the 3 idols, and that's who I'm using in my main team because I went out of my way to pull all 3 idol characters, Trinity idol characters, because the idol Mari is the ideal healer for this fight because her overheal turns into shield, which is good because the reactor's going to be taking constant damage from the boss. And I haven't been able to determine whether or not this happens, but it feels like you can also damage the reactor with your own AoE if you're not careful. But I don't know if it just like every time that I accidentally did that, it was also the boss was dealing damage or something. It could be, but that's what it felt like anyway. So she's the best healer for it. Idol Sakurako buffs the crit damage done by off-field students. So she's the ideal sort of like on-field support. And Idol, what's the head of the remedial knights called? Mine. Idol Mine is a tank that when she moves, her EX skill is that she moves, but when she moves, everybody follows. Part of the Idol theme. And that is basically the perfect tool because it costs practically nothing to do as well. That's the perfect tool for keeping your frozen stacks down if you're doing a higher difficulty version of the fight. So basically the idol triplet are the best on fielders, and adding school uniform Asana on top of that for the damage buff to specials is also an extremely good move. So yeah, the team, the perfect team is all very, very, very recent characters, pretty much. So yeah, it's a difficult fight. As those characters start to percolate throughout the player base, it will probably get easier. But I'm not really interested in really trying too hard to get good at it. I don't really have much interest in playing competitive Blue Archive. Although I did take the first place spot in the PvP ladder this week, briefly, because it's always briefly. Before the people that are like watching it like a hawk wake up and they're like, this person has taken my spot. I now need to mold and pull pyros into retries until I take the top spot back. There are people like that. I've seen it.
Sweat lords.
Yeah, they take it exceptionally seriously. But yeah, so I finished the event, the exchange between Trinity and Millennium event. I did all of the extra stages. Finally had time to do that. A tiny bit at a time. But yeah, I thought that it was very good in concept, but I kept getting held back by the fact that the engine was totally not built for this. The number of times I got stuck on terrain or had to restart because it locked up because I tried to do 2 things at once and then it didn't know which was actually happening, so the game would just paralyze and that type of thing. Like, there are so many bugs, it's bonkers. I salute their ambition. Execution, not so much. The engine was always designed to just be like animations in an auto battler. It wasn't designed to be played with precision for a stealth minigame. That was not the intent.
But
So it's got a lot of issues.
But we got Seiya in a box.
Yeah, it's still adorable no matter what. But I did mold quite a bit every time I tried to do something and the game locked up or did something unreasonable or something like that. But yeah, it was still good fun, and seeing Neto actually bond with somebody was incredibly heartwarming, because normally she's just like really rough, even with her friends. But yeah, it was fun to see. It was fun to see.
Nier is a character that I would not have put anywhere near the top 5 best girls, but she got in those slots just by how they've written her character.
Yeah, it is a character that's very real, and she is also the perfect foil to Rio as well. Being that like the old crew of Millennium is basically Rio, Neru, and Himari. And Himari and Rio are like oil and water. probably because they have certain similarities and certain differences. Like in terms of intellect, they are of the same caliber, and in terms of personality, they are basically reversed.
Rio
Although they
probably
both repel people for their own way or own reasons.
Rio
But
also
they are,
probably turns
of
the
course,
thermostat down.
in addition to that, their live 2Ds are both for feet people.
What?
They are the two most feet people live 2Ds in the game.
I mean, they know their market, I guess.
Yeah.
We see you, Blue
Anyway.
Archive community. We know how degenerate you are.
Well, they want you to know, because if you know, then perhaps you won't come near them.
Yes.
But yeah, Rio still holds the crown for the most autistic character in any video game ever. She's certainly an acquired taste, but I think that most people are staring at about chest level rather than thinking about her character. What else? Oh, right. This week's announcements for the other servers of Blue Archive, that is to say, our Clairvoyance EX, is that Trinity is getting more swimsuit characters. So this time it is, what's her name? I don't recall what her name is from the Justice Task Force. She's the only one who's like semi-normal among them. Whereas all of the others are like, Koharu or Asumi, or they all have some kind of issue. Ichika's the normal one. So Ichika's the 1-star. She's going to be the welfare for the summer event that's coming out in the overseas servers. And the other three, the 3 premium ones, are the 3 Tea Party girls. So swimsuit Saya, swimsuit Mika, and swimsuit Nagisa.
Swimsuit Mika is going to do gangbusters.
For sure. I, of course, only have eyes for Nagisa, and I particularly like her EX skill animation.
I like Seiya, but I don't know if I want a swimsuit Seiya, unless it's just the most adorable thing on the planet. Because her big floofy...
It didn't strike me as particularly adorable. It was a very modest swimsuit, but from what I remember, but it was not like poofy and frilly or anything like that. It was just a normal swimsuit. It was very normal, but
or if it has animal friends.
I don't remember. I don't think I saw her EX animation going around, so I don't know what it looks like. I only saw Nagisa's one, and Nagisa's one starts off basically with her in the office getting buried in work, and then deciding, no, it's not worth it. And then it cuts to her sitting in a beach chair while her phone has been thrown on behind her in the sand, and all the notifications are piling up on it, which is something I can definitely vibe with.
Yes.
Speaking of which, I better check my phone. There's only like 2 people in the lab today. No, nobody's called me yet, thank goodness. Yeah, so they're coming up. I will finally be able to have a second Nagisa to flesh out her stats a bit more with more bond bonuses. But yeah. So other games. Starting from the most low-key one being the Star Rail, since there's basically nothing going on in Star Rail this week. Although I did spend some time making some notes on what I'm going to put in the next feedback. Yeah, there's basically nothing happening, and that's sort of the problem with Star Rail at the moment, is that their development seems to have become incredibly lopsided. And I can sort of see why that's the case. They've taken an all our eggs in one basket approach, which is seldom a good approach in any context, anywhere in the world for any reason, but nevertheless they appear to have gone that route. The issue really, and it's sort of been highlighted by various things that I've seen in the other games over the course of the past couple of weeks, is that they have taken the primary strength of their genre. Well, the foundational issue, I think, is that they're too married to the genre. Like they know exactly what a JRPG is supposed to look like, and they're scared to innovate. They're scared to toss out any of the old rules of the old way of doing things. And as a result, everything becomes stale very, very quickly, because due to the format, it has to be a slightly simplified version of that, but they haven't added anything in to counterbalance the simplification. What grows out of that really is the where was I going with this? Anyway, I wrote a bunch of stuff. But basically the gist of it is that they don't have any freshness to feed into it, because I feel like they don't have confidence in it. They instead of doing that, they chose to double down on like the staples. And the staples are things that I especially like in video games, which is why I'm so much more forgiving of Star Rail than most other people. In that it's like incredibly voluminous and turgid world building and masses and masses of incredibly dense story. Like that's what I go to the genre for. It's not a demerit to me. But in terms of balance, it is out of whack. Like I can overvalue it because my values weighting leans more heavily on that to begin with. But a normal balanced values weighting will not do so. So what they appear to have done is dumped their entire budget into storyline hype moments. Which,
Yeah, that
of course,
animation
can
with Finon looked
only come
great,
along.
but it couldn't have been cheap.
No, but I mean, but you can see it in the way they do it, right? Like that was this patch's one. That was they dumped everything, all of their time and effort went into the incredibly lengthy discourse on Finon's journey, which was literally like in a narrative sense, it was literally like 4 hours of narrative being told by Lycurgus to you. That's what it was actually representing in game. So most of their time went to that. So there's a lot of dialogue is written. They spent a lot of money voicing that. Like, I don't know what the actual count is, but the total number of lines voiced for Star Rail must be astronomically higher than both of the other major Ho-Yo games put together. The only one that comes close is Honkai Impact 3rd. Honkai Impact 3rd has about as much dialogue as Star Rail, I would say. But the other two, I think, lag well behind by comparison. The question is how much of that dialogue is necessary and how much of it is telling rather than showing, because they have taken only the thing that they are confident in, which is the sort of like the underlying world building, and have tried to make that the centerpiece exclusively in every single thing. So you've got the hype animation for Finon takes center stage at the climax of the current patch. And then in the previous patch, the hype moment is the climactic battle in the Sky Castle, and everybody finds that super hype. There's people posting higher cinema everywhere when that patch came out. And then before that, it's the sort of the pathos of the Castoris journey, and everybody's posting about how incredible that was. And every time they do this, they've got this one crowning moment, and make no mistake, the crowning moments are crowning moments, but they are leaning so heavily on that everything else is sort of crumbling out from under it at this point. They're only building up that one thing that they're really confident in, and everything else is being left by the wayside. So it's sort of like the opposite of what makes ZZZ successful. So ZZZ's success does not come from its incredible combat gameplay alone. It does not come from its story alone. It does not come from its presentation alone. It does not come from its events alone. It comes from the fact that everything is in balance. Yeah. It's you don't get starved of any one thing, and you don't get overloaded on any one thing. Like, if anybody were to take a genuine critical eye to ZZZ's story in isolation, it would really relatively come out that it's quite cliche and incredibly simplified. Every time you can guess the entire plot by the time you get to the 1/3 point, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because the presentation is really good, and you're not expected to swallow it and treat it as something that it is not. It is very honest about what it is. It's not trying to prop the entire franchise up on that one element. And so it doesn't matter that it's quite simple, because it's designed to be a device within which everything else takes context, rather than the device in and of itself exclusively. So yeah, I think Star Rail's problem is that they've gotten way off kilter. As overall state of the game goes, it looks shoddy in spite of its story being solid, simply because the story is the only thing they're taking the time to think about. And it's just assuming that everything else would just kind of get pulled along in its wake somehow. And it's not really happening right now. I think that we are sort of coming off of a really weird place. I think that in retrospect, if things look up from here, in retrospect, it will appear as though the Fate collab was an albatross around the neck of Star Rail, in that they would have had to devote too much time to badly incorporating a foreign element rather than, refining their craft in its own context. And if things turn down from here, then it will be the Fate collab will be viewed as, oh well, this was the windsock which showed us what the direction of things was going to be, that they weren't allocating resources correctly, they didn't really understand their audience or what they needed to do, and so on. So I think that the Fate collab, despite not really being part of Star Rail proper in some sense, is going to end up being the fulcrum against which the direction of the game is judged, because it's such a polarizing event.
So I had this thought this week, actually, almost explicitly, in a similar vein. When we'll talk about it more when we get to it. When ZZZ's event happened, and I was going through that event, and I got to thinking about how each Hoyo game spends its budget. ZZZ takes a lot of shortcuts, but masks them in ways that don't bother you at all. Like most of
I explicitly said that on the show last week.
Yeah, so you have VN sections for conveying a lot of the story with the characters and cut panels talking next to each other. But number one, most of them are still voiced if they're in the cut panels. And number two, each character has their own unique VN style sprite-like animations done in engine with the model.
I'm gonna say something against that point of view. There are a few times that you see everybody do clone animations, so they are actually all rigged for the same animation. And there are very few unique ones, but most of the time they're very careful about not using them together. And because there are so many black bars in the framing, it breaks up your contexts from the real world. Because they put black bars between them, you can view it as comic panels. You are not actually seeing it as a presentation in the real world the way you're forced to in Star Rail.
Yeah.
In Star Rail, you see something happening in a quote real world unquote setting that doesn't happen in the real world, which is a bunch of people just standing around statically and talking. Like in any dramatic presentation, that scene shouldn't take place because the director should ensure that it doesn't.
Yeah.
But in ZZZ, they do the exact same thing, but because it's framed in a way that echoes sort of like a manga or any other kind of comic, you don't think about it in terms of their placement in space, in real space. So the impact of them doing static things is way lower, because you don't expect pictures in a comic to move, do you?
No. And also, in anytime something happens off screen, sticking on the comic thing, that some place where your characters can't explore or go to. Oftentimes, what they do to show this is literally use comic book panels, and they just have somebody draw it. They do this way; they don't have to spend money animating it, but they can still convey the point, and they still keep them voice acted. But it's just a way better way than.
I don't think it's really a matter of a better way or a worse way, actually. I think it's about, like I said, the balance, because they don't overuse it or underuse it.
Yeah. So
because they still do their action sequences, their in-engine action sequences. They still do their talking head sequences, but they keep all of those things in balance. They don't let one of them lopsidedly overtake the presentation.
Yeah, they do these
because I would get really freaking sick of those comic sequences if there was one every few minutes.
Yeah, they often feel like they are inserted places where the old Star Rail black screen with white text was. But they're just comics instead, with characters actually having dialogue instead of a description. But they're usually placed somewhere narratively around the same, and for the same type of thing.
I think that not every one of the games has to do things the same way. I think that each of them probably has their own balance to find, and that Star Rails probably will be leaning more heavily in the direction that they have gone, but I think that they have overshot the mark.
Yeah, and
Like the lack of a library of good animations in that is something that we and everybody else who plays the game, quite frankly, has been harping on since the year dot. And there are various sort of technological underlying problems that will need to be retrofitted. And there probably is some guy in the office who's been given that job, and it's just taking place in the background. But I think that they are not going to all wind up in the same place. But I think ZZZ has the most carefully struck balance right now. And that's a good thing in the sense that it makes the whole presentation that is Zenless Zone Zero much more digestible. But it's and that's a good thing. The problem is that they need to make sure that they understand what they've got and don't get carried away with some novelty that they might discover, which might independently be good, but if gets overused would become bad.
well,
So I think that they're successfully walking a fine tightrope.
I
So
also
long as they
wonder.
recognize that they are on a tightrope.
I also wonder how much more robust is whatever variant of the engine that ZZZ's running on, because they seem to be able to jam in. Now they're not very long usually, unless it's a end of a climactic fight, but they're able to jam in a lot of in-engine custom animations for highlight set piece moments, and they can just kind of stick them in. And
There's sort of like a persistent rumor that the ZZZ team in particular have a culture of chronic overwork. Like they are just they're like manic overachievers. They spend all their time in the office doing overtime.
after the amount of content they packed into the summer event, I believe it. On top of a main story chapter release.
So yeah, at any rate, so I've basically taken to noting down all of the things that I think about Star Rail leading up to the whatchamacallit, the survey, because I usually end up writing the survey at like 12:15 on a work night or something like that. So I don't know what kind of garbage I'm writing down. And I can't help but notice that every time I have made a specific request, I've gotten it if it was specific enough. So, like, they clearly do listen to these things. And I know that it's not because I'm special, it's because I'm converging on something that is being felt keenly by a lot of people in the player base. But when I have asked for something, I've gotten it. So that says to me it is worth repeating the things that you want, and it is worth making a point of commenting on the things that you think need to be changed. Because while they don't have the sort of the nimbleness of the evidently manic work schedule that the ZZZ team have, stuff still gets changed in accordance with my wishes. Like after beating the drum about wanting to be able to replay the story for a few patches running, they're like, okay, we'll put it in for whatever number. What number are we up to? I can't remember.
3.4 is current.
They said okay, we'll put it into 3.6. So it's a couple of versions down the line, but we are going to do it. Okay, please stop asking. So it is happening. The people who wanted their skip button have got their sodding skip button. I still don't understand it, and what I don't understand is the amount of people who are defending this as something that was important for the game to have. Like as I've already labored to point out, they spend way more time on the story than they should. Like the story is my favorite bit, and it is the most important bit as far as I'm concerned. But I do feel like they're kind of overplaying it. In terms of it takes such a domineering position in development that other things are underdeveloped where they should be more developed. And there are still people saying, no, just skip it. I'm not interested. Just don't understand the mentality. Like, fundamentally don't understand it. It's just such nonsense. If there were like, if Star Wars was a game where every patch there were like 50 fetch quests with meaningless dialogue, then I'd be like, okay, I totally get where they're coming from. This dialogue is not useful at all. It doesn't matter, yet we're being forced to see it. They'd be like, oh, okay, I get it. But no. Instead of having side quests, they just make the main quest longer and longer and longer and longer and embed more and more and more lore into it. Like, if you're just gonna hit the skip button, why are you here? The whole game is designed for people who just want to know all the lore. Understanding what is going on in the current arc requires you to know so much backstory. It's ridiculous. But no, just skip, just skip, just skip. I want to get back to auto battling. So really, don't understand it at all. But they did get it. They asked for it, and they asked for it, and they got it. Naturally, people are still complaining about it, but they did get it. So yeah, I've been making notes on that. Moving on, I'll leave ZZZ out and let Aristeel talk about it because he's got a better context for it than me. Since the only thing I had time to do in ZZZ was press the pull button enough times to get Yuzuha and the main story, just the main story, and only the main story, in one straight line until it was so late at night that I passed out. I did get all the way to the end, I think. I haven't logged back in again to check to see if I actually did manage to get rid of all the red mark. But Yuzuha cleaned me out as much as one could really from just pulling on a character. I had to go. I think I had to go to 70 and then to 80 or something like that to get her because I got spooked. Who was it?
Nekomato.
Nekomata, yeah. Nekomata, the possibly the most useless DPS in the game. Poor girl.
Yeah, because I sent you a post of me pulling for Yuzuha and said, "Oh, I thought I was screwed when I saw Nekomata show up, but it's K because Yuzuha came in on the same temple." And then you're like, "Cursed me."
Yeah, but yeah, I rather liked Yuzuha as a character. I'm not really a fan of the Misugaki archetype. I'm much more like my tastes are much more in the direction of the Ojo-sama archetype. But fortunately, this patch is going to serve up one of those as well in due course.
Well,
so
an incredibly autistic one.
Since when has autism been a factor in dissuading me from liking a character?
It's just that her autism is so normie autism that it's
Do you know how much time I spend on a Sunday morning sorting through my clothes pegs to make sure that I don't put clothes pegs of different colors on the same garment?
It stands out even more because it's so normie.
Like as far as normie OCD goes, I have a very broad streak of it myself. Like I'm incredibly neurotic about making sure that certain things match. Symmetry, maybe not so much, but I think that it is incredibly cruel of the character designers to give a character whose OCD is that she's obsessed with symmetry and things being perfectly level and that, and then give her heterochromia. Like, how does that poor girl look in the mirror each morning?
Just play the event story.
Haven't got time.
Yeah,
I've only got time to work, apparently. There's a chest down here that you're ignoring.
Oh, okay. Well, I haven't really been looking for chests. I've been looking for whistles.
Okay, well, there is just a chest sitting here. It's chilling.
Just chilling? Oh, it is just chilling down there. How do I get down to it?
Don't you need to like do something with Bubba to get it out?
Or do I need to release more of these little guys?
Yeah, you gotta.
Actually, I don't know. If you have to do a thing, then maybe you can't get it while we're here. I don't know.
Yeah, you gotta do something with Bubba and all the dudes. No, he got one out of the cage.
I got one out of the cage.
So here you go.
What's this arrow here?
Yeah, come pick up whatever's in front of the dude.
We can't see it, so
that's not a key.
Yeah, and then go let a Saurian out, and they'll do stuff. When you let them all out, you get something.
Now the next key should show up somewhere. Around here, maybe?
He's getting it. He's getting it for you.
And that's the key, and now I'll probably trigger a Bubba event.
Yeah, so I haven't geared up Yuzuha yet since she wants an incredibly bland set, and lots and lots of characters want those pieces as well, so I don't have very many good ones that are just sort of in stock. It was going to take some farming to get Yuzuha kitted out. She seems to be predominantly off field, which is good because coordinating multiple characters who want on field time tends to be kind of rough. And her limited use in the story does not really give you much of a feel for what she's supposed to do, especially considering she seems like sort of like an upgraded Lucy with an anomaly focus in a lot of ways. And Lucy's contribution to the fight is always significant, but very hard to observe directly because it's mainly stats based.
Smack the pig and then you
And
send her away.
yeah, and then when you ult her 3 little piggies gang up on Pompey and make him glitch out against the wall,
There's much
screwing up your deadly assault run.
much piggy smacking.
Yes, she is special. How she is best buds with Alice is beyond my ability to understand. Considering their contrasting personalities.
Yeah,
But,
you'll get some of that.
But yeah, I'm quite fond of Lucy as a character as well. She is, after all, in the Ojo-sama category. But yeah, so I'm definitely going to be pulling for Easily Startled Rabbit, and I have budgeted polychromes accordingly. But Aristeel tells me that there's like a gajillion polychromes that are going to fountain out of every orifice of the event, which is good because I would kind of like to get a hold of Yuzuha's signature for the drip, basically, as the kids say, because of the hair color change, which I've become increasingly obsessed with over time. I don't know why, but I have.
I got Fufu's Winjin just not mostly because I was sunk cost fallacy all the way after I got Fufu, and it took a ton of pulls, but also because it makes her glow orange.
I did not even hesitate. Like I went all the way for Fufu and Fufu's Winjin without thinking. It's like Fufu is special. Like I don't know why I like Fufu so much, but I'm absolutely obsessed.
She's very fluffy.
Small,
She
cute,
is
fluffy.
an absolutely adorable character.
Ferocious.
She would love you to think so. But realistically, she is just the most adorable orange cat therein.
I love her English voice. It's just
I don't even know what her English voice sounds like.
Whenever you pick her in character select, or she's like, Fufu is here, and in the most adorable voice possible.
I presume that your imitation leaves a lot to be desired.
Yes, I don't have the voice of an adorable girl, so.
But yeah, her Japanese voice acting, I think, is quite good. You get a very strong sense of her taking herself very seriously. But nobody else could possibly take that seriously. But yeah. So the leaks say that the next 2 are going to be Seed and Orphe, with Minato as the A ranker. Most of the details on Seed seem to be very unclear right now. I've seen a few proposed and then changed. So obviously it's not finalized or hasn't been finalized yet. But Manato's more or less been finalized as Fire Rupture, so that there's an A rank Rupture option, and Orphe as Fire Attack. I am still salty about them, about the localization, because for some reason Orphe's tail, if you want to call it that, is named Magus in the English for some reason, when it's named Onibi in the Japanese, which makes more sense on account of basically she shoots giant fire lasers out of her tail. Wolfie shoots giant fire lasers out of her tail. Her tail is Magus. Has its own personality.
Yeah,
that story desperately needs explanation.
Fern, there is a girl with a robot tail that has its own personality and can talk and does most of the talking for them, but the main girl is still a real character.
Right.
But not like Mr. Tail. It's a mechanical contraption.
The combat animations are interesting. So Orphe is very clearly a talented combat knife fighter, and all of her basic attacks constitute her knife fighting, basically. But everything that is not her knife slashes seems to be basically Margus taking over. And she's just kind of along for the ride. In fact, she falls over quite a bit while Margus is doing the fighting.
Yeah, unlike Mr. Tail, it does not appear that Magus can detach.
However, unlike Mr. Tail, Margus does not appear to be terribly constrained and can lead Orphe around by the tail, I guess. So yeah, they're definitely interesting combat animations to watch, but I'm mainly interested in whether or not she works with Best Girl Fufu, because I would kind of like to pull a fire attacker. Since Fufu basically doesn't work with anomaly characters, and my only fire character that I've got really built is, other than arguably Lucy, is Bernice. So I'm sure Bernice will work great with Yuzuha, but Bernice will not work with Fufu. Like, that's just not a thing. So I need a fire attacker, really. Yeah, interested in pulling that. Minato is just, your standard beefcake guy, and there were an alarming number of people this week on my timeline posting pictures of his crotch.
Why?
Because apparently, and I did not look close enough to find out, it has jiggle physics.
What?
And this just drove a certain demographic absolutely wild.
The thirsty demographic, perhaps?
I don't really want to think too much about it.
No, probably best you don't.
Yeah, I think I'll be okay not thinking about it very much. Yeah, so that's the thing. I'll let Ari talk about ZZZ more. Although I've heard from, well, social media really, that the new battle tower is very interesting, and that they have implemented now a rudimentary style meter as the method of scoring for this season.
Yeah, I've only done the first 10 floors of it, but yeah, it's Devil May Cry Light.
I don't know more about it than that. But it sounds like the sort of thing that an Aristeel would be into.
Yeah, Ari wants to do more of it, but there is only so many hours in the week.
Fortunately, my boss took all of mine. Yeah, sounds interesting. Basically means I probably won't be able to do it. Hopefully, I just need to get as far as getting the polychrome. Please tell me that the polychrome taps out at 20 or 30 or something.
It does tap out eventually, but you do still have to participate in what it's asking you to do.
Well, I know how to control the basics of the game. I gotten this far. I managed to get some stars at least in Deadly Assault. I've gotten 9 stars, I think twice ever or something.
It does,
But
since it's Battle Tower, if you really just want to get a floor done, I don't know how high up the polychrome goes, but you can just restart mold it. And just try and get a no-hit run so you never lose your multiplier. That'll get pretty much guarantee you get the score no matter what you do.
Unfortunately, like every other game mode, it's not built around my playstyle, because my playstyle is Caesar centric, which means that you play in such a way that taking hits doesn't matter, because you're always reducing it by like 99% due to countering, but you're still taking hits. I love the counter gameplay style. I just wish that they didn't aggressively contraindicate it with everything they design.
In this gameplay mode, characters with unique mechanics like that, like your girlfriend has it, for countering, especially, awards you a special bonus point condition. Like, it has its own name that pops up for the bonus points it gives you.
I see.
Like, if you use hers, it's like ink and brush or something that pops up whenever you do her counter.
Because basically, I use Caesar in virtually every game mode as my go-to, because I'm most comfortable playing her out of all of the characters. But every game mode that I have tried basically punishes you for doing so, because she's an on-field support character. Her main strength is her ability to counter. She is the only character in my roster who can outdaze Enby. because all of her days is built into her counters. But because that involves not dodging, you get punished in every game mode for it. So yeah, it would be nice to see if there's some aspect of gameplay where you can actually get credit for being good at this one niche thing that the game doesn't like you doing.
I don't know how many points it gives, but I do know your girlfriend has a unique bonus for countering with her ink. So Caesar might as well. The other characters have unique ones too, but I don't know how many there are, or how many points they're worth, or how all that calculates.
Are you down here, Fern?
I'm debating if I want to do Cuckoo Saw now or if I just want to go beat up Regis Vines later.
Why would you do Kukusor?
What do you need?
I need red shards. All the red
You just need
gems.
shards. Well, definitely Regis Vine is better for shards, unless you need the feathers for something particular.
No. I think I'm done with feathers for it for now. Unless I've got enough whistles I can create, I just need chunks actually.
I actually need chunks as well for Chivrus.
Yep.
But
So Cuckoo Saw is probably better for chunks.
no, I think they're the same.
Yeah,
To be totally honest.
the individual boss you pick does not influence its chunk or shard drop rate.
The only thing that
That's
influences it
annoying.
is how high you can get your adventurer level. That's
Right.
why it's so important to crank that up.
At least that's something that's constantly cranking whenever you're doing something.
Well, mine isn't. Mine turns all into Mora, which is good because of me
Yeah, you've
hitting
stopped.
Mora hell.
You've hit the top.
I spent like 2 weeks this month just farming Mora to get myself back up to 5 million.
I'm at
Oh, look, well,
7.5 million and I haven't been farming Mora because all
just
of
gonna-
my adventure EXP turns into Mora. It's a
Yeah,
wonderful feeling.
Let's
Oh.
just blap this thing because I
Oh.
need those chunks.
Oh. You need the chunks. There is a Regisvine that is.
Regis Vine is
significantly
probably
easier.
quicker.
It's not
Regisvine.
probably quicker. It won't have time to take a move. This thing, on
True.
the other hand, is going to be a bane of our existence because it's so
Alright.
much health compared to Regis Vine.
Yeah, and I can't reach it in flight mode with Kokomi, I just realized.
Huh. Okay.
It-
I just beat up so many Regis Vines and I don't want to beat it up anymore because I'm so sick of Regis Vine.
I
Don't
wish
worry.
they would just let Rhymegrass out of Imaginarium Theatre into the real world. Because it feels really bad when you've got Cryodendro.
Wait, so there's a reaction in Imaginary Theatre that isn't in the rest of the game?
Yeah, it has a bunch
There's
of
quite a
reactions.
few, actually.
Huh.
Like, every combination has its own reaction. The ones that you're familiar with are all there, but also there's reactions for all of the ones that don't have them. So
That's
the one
dumb.
for Cryodendro is Rhymegrass.
That is really dumb because that opens up so many more options.
Yeah, but I think that they don't want to balance the extra complications because they don't know what the effect will be on the extant roster, if it'll just like break certain combinations they haven't thought about or whatever. But I think that's just lazy.
Yeah, it almost certainly will, but that's just comes with part of it.
Take notes from the ZZZ team.
Just do it.
Just
Take the plunge.
multiple overnight hours. Just make 2 full patches worth of content in one cycle and rebuild your game over the course of the last 3.
Yes. Let's just go do Regis Vine then. It'll die.
Got a gold! I got a gold agate!
No! Regis Vine. You're
Was all
boring,
worth
but
it.
practical. It was worth it. I'm going to be so glad to be done with Pyro for a bit. Oh, hey, I got Battle Pass to claim too.
But yeah, so I'll let Ari talk more in depth about ZZZ. It seems like a really chungus patch, to be honest. And there are lots of naysayers like, this is gonna be a beat patch. There's not gonna be anything to do.
That summer
But
event, holy crap, so much stuff.
It seems pretty freaking chungus to me. But yeah. Speaking of, I watched I didn't watch the whole thing, but I watched the Genshin stream. I didn't have time to watch the whole thing because of the aforementioned having no time to do anything this week. But so it seems like the next patch for Genshin, two things stuck out to me. Number one, it seems at least as chungus as the ZZZ one. And number two, it seems like I'm getting direct answers to my requests and surveys again. So, let's see, what order did they cover things in? Okay, so the first thing they covered was Inefa and the Archon quest. So they are explicitly coming right out and saying, okay, so what was this? 5? We at 5? 5.8?
Yeah.
So 5.8 is going to the Archon quest is prelude. So explicitly, we are going to start setting up the next one now and drawing lines between the dots. The central character is Inefa, who is the Aegis equivalent, I guess, for Tevat. She's a robot girl, a robot maid specifically. So she fights with a vacuum cleaner.
What?
But well, I mean, it's sort of it's more like Corrin's weapon from ZZZ most of the time, but I've also seen it manifest as a vacuum cleaner in various anime. But
Right.
But she's basically a robot maid which appears to be cobbled together from technology from Liyue and from. Oh, did I get too close?
Maybe.
Tro-
It's just kind of standing there.
She's cobbled together with technology from Liyue and from
It went back to
Fontaine
sleep.
and from Sumeru.
I've never seen that animation before. I didn't know it could do that.
So yeah, she's a robot from many origins. One of those origins is the origin of her maker, who operates out of Nodcry, which is the next region that is going to be explored. Her creator is a child character, a little girl, which has ignited a certain amount of debate and contention in the community, who have decided that if you don't hate this character, it means you're a pedophile, because that's how one should react to children. Obviously,
That's
you need.
healthy.
I know, right? But yeah, that is how it do. But yeah, her shtick, as I've mentioned before, is she has access to a lunar reaction, specifically electrocharged, which has got its own little call out with a different font in game combat, so that you can recognize it separate from regular electrocharged. But her passive basically seems to be that she gives everybody in the party gains access to the lunar version of the reaction when she's in the party. So basically, she's a catalyst to build electrocharged teams again. Except they will be lunar electrocharged teams. I can't remember what it's called, whether it's lunar charged or lunar electro or something else. I can't remember. But yeah, that's what she do. The main difference is that it, as being a separate reaction, will have its own separate set of multipliers, will be independent from conventional electrocharged, and also the strikes from electrocharged in the lunar form can crit. So crit is not useless to that build. So yeah, it's a little bit different, but overall as a character, she doesn't seem to be particularly remarkable other than doing that. But it is explicitly, I think it was they made it explicit, stated to be the characteristic Nodcry character mechanic. The characters from Nodcry have the lunar access to the lunar version of their element of at least one elemental reaction. So basically, it's going to overturn the meta again when those characters start coming out, much in the way Night Soul did.
Kind of
Hopefully,
how
it won't. It won't. Hopefully, it won't be accompanied by a Night Soul sized power creep, but that might be too much to hope for.
expect it will be.
But yeah, that's what they're doing there. So yeah, the story is going to be based basically around exploring her origins, and so it's implied that her power source originates in Netland. That's the part of her that's from Netland, and that it's basically looted from those whatchamacallits, secret source mechanisms, the robots in Netland.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and it's also implied that she might have some sort of connection to Ahor.
Okay.
Largely
Which bit?
because Ahor, like you haven't done the exploration quests or anything, right? Have you found like in the volcano and that?
Not yet, no.
No. Well, one of the things that you find out a lot more about there is the fact that Ahor's boasting is not just boasting. He really was, once upon a time, one of the big wigs of Natlan. And
Mhm.
they basically had a great civilization once upon a time, and you'll get to see a lot of that. And there's a lot of like transcripts and that of their meetings amongst the lords and the judges of his race and so on. And he ranks among them as a significant high muckety muck, although he disappears from the historical record at some point, presumably is when he became the annoying little midget that we know today. Um, but yeah, there seems to that sort of pixelated thing seems to be characteristic of part of their technology and
Okay.
the expression of their powers and abilities, and a little bit of that exists in Effa as well, because her power source comes from that technology. So there's going to be sort of explorations of more Netland lore, but also tying that into Nodcry, where Anefa actually comes from. Or when I say comes from, I mean comes from physically. It sounds like she was in Nodcry and is now in Netland as of 5.8. So
All right.
yeah,
So we might still get our Ahor Unleashed boss fight.
no, we won't, because they revealed the boss fight for this one, and the boss fight is not Ahor.
Uh-huh.
The boss fight for this one is another one of Rhindottir's creations, of which the original Dragon of Dragonspine is sort of regarded as one of the crowning achievements alongside
Do remember that
Albedo himself.
I'm intentionally delaying my story progress, so any story stuff from the last two patches.
Well, this is from Dragonspine, which was more than 2 patches
Yeah,
ago.
I know. I'm just
Except
saying.
nobody did Dragonspine because that zone's terrible.
Well, a lot of people did Dragonspine actually because it came out relatively close to the start of the game. But
There was nothing else to do.
we didn't go far enough away.
No, we did not.
Evidently not.
But yeah, just throwing that out there.
But yeah, well, we know that that the Dragon of Dragonspine is the same as the mini Durin that we meet. Like, mini Durin is the imaginary version of Durin of Dragonspine, and that and and the other major headliner creation is Albedo, and we know that from Albedo's story quests. But Rhindottir is a curious individual. Right, my understanding, based on my sketchy understanding of the core lore of Genshin, is that Rhindottir is actually one of the 5 sinners of Canria, along with Skirk's master.
Do we know
And
all 5 yet, or are we still missing a couple?
I don't honestly don't remember if they've told us all 5 or not. But Rhindottir is of the sort of the manic researcher variety. Like, everything is of interest to Rhindottir, and all of the things in which Rhindottir is really interested are forbidden in one way or another to be
That's the best
explored.
kind of knowledge.
So basically, Rhindottir is the sort of person who, upon arriving in the Full Metal Alchemist world, would immediately attempt human transmutation as the first project.
Just immediately.
Yeah. And Albedo is, in fact, the product of that. Albedo's
Right.
a homunculus. and you find this out very, very, very early on. But you have to have, cleaned up all of the side quests that you probably haven't done. But
There's a lot. Okay, and that's it for shards for the moment. Then I've got to go get golds, I think.
gold.
But first, I go do some ascensions and some craftings. So yeah, it
So,
sounds like that. There's a lot of really juicy lore in there if you really want to dig into it.
So it's the vibe that I've gotten off of the past 2 patches and the very spoilerific, please avoid it, Aristeel animations on Genshin's channel, is that Ryandotti is going to play an increasingly prominent role as the story rolls forward into 6.x. Because the name just keeps coming up more and more often as you move forward. Like, if you saw any of the previews, you'll know that Albedo's involved in the patch that we stopped. Right?
Yep.
I've not watched any of the previews, so I don't know.
Well, at any rate, he is. He's like one of the leading characters because the story takes place in Mondstadt, and it mainly surrounds Albedo. So, bringing that the older influences of Dragonspine and Albedo back into the plot is what the first of the 2 patches you haven't done is focused on. And is it 2 or is it only 1 you've skipped? I don't remember.
I have not done the last 2. So
Right.
Since we left Natlan, I have my quest sitting at the entrance to Mondstadt.
Right. Well, at any rate, those patches have been basically focused on bringing back all of the elements we might have forgotten about while we were busy in Natlan doing Natlan specifically related things. So the name that has been coming up disproportionately often is Ryandotti. Although the others of the Hexen Circle have also been mentioned. So Barbeloth has come up a few times. Alice has come up a few times. So probably there's going to be a strong Hexen Circle influence in 6.x. And what they revealed in this stream was that the boss is one of Ryandottie's creations. So presumably that's going to mean that Ryandotti is involved in some way in that as well. So moving on, the gist of the Archon quest is going to be related to tying together Natlan stuff and creating the groundwork for 6.x. The biggest single chunk of content appears to be the summer event, per usual, for this time of year. The thing that really caught my attention, though, was they said and repeated several times, making me think that they actually read surveys, that this time the summer event area is going to be permanent. It is not going anywhere. The mini games will be limited time events for summer, but all of the environments and the characters and that are in this new summer resort area are all going to be permanent additions to the broader overworld map of Tevar. Which was pretty much explicitly what I was asking for when they shut down the Disney World event in Fontaine. And the gist of my complaints were, number one, the perennial complaint I have that Genshin removes events from the map as soon as they're done. And number two, that you spend all of this time, and by that I'm referring to the summer events particularly, which have elaborate new maps like Simolanka. And also the one from Disneyland and Fontaine, where you spend all this time building up this resort, this entertainment park, and then they just take it off the map for no reason when it wasn't doing anybody any harm. Like, there's literally no reason that area couldn't have remained on the map.
It's not the sort of thing that can vanish overnight, usually.
So basically, they're implementing this elaborate, what looks like quite a large, like Simolanka scale, elaborate new resort area for Natlan, which is going to be like full of events and mini games and pyroculuses and the usual map stuff as well. Like, they've just integrated the summer event into a new map, which is now permanent this time.
Good.
Do we get to buy King Navia as a skin finally?
I don't know about that. I don't know.
Because they would have gotten $20 from me if I could put the mustache on Navia.
Yeah, I think sometimes I think that they don't really know where to make money from. Like I was thinking that about the Firefly skin as well. It's like, well, Firefly has a lot of fans. She tugged on a lot of people's heartstrings, especially those people who didn't get spoiled on her. And so I can understand that being a good target demographic. If for those people who picked Firefly as the person to get the anniversary greetings from, she writes a wistful letter to the Trailblazer about apparently I picked Silverwolf, I didn't pick Firefly. But apparently she writes a rather wistful letter wondering what it would have been like if they went to school together as normal people instead of, her being a child soldier come intergalactic terrorist. uh, what it would have been like if they had led normal lives, and that's basically the gist of the school uniform outfit she has. But that just seemed very unambitious to me as far as character design goes. Like I think that they should really go for something more ambitious. Like if they wanted to use Firefly, it would have been more interesting. I don't know if it probably wouldn't have sold as well, but it'd be more interesting if her skin had been designed around Firefly as she was when she was a child soldier for Glamoth, and re-record a bunch of voice lines and that for her in the context of her when she was still a brainwashed child soldier of Glamoth and that sort of thing. Like that, it's just a more ambitious and more lore resonant thing rather than putting her in a school uniform, which is essentially an appeal to fetish fuel.
Yep. And you can't say it's
Like,
not.
I think that's the. Well, I mean, you could do that. You could do an appeal to fetish fuel as well if you instead, like, let's say you instead of that, you could make a
BDSM
skin,
Kafka.
or rather, well, you could do
Oh,
BDSM.
you could do
What
that.
what I was going for is something more law resonant because I want it to be law, right? And I don't
Yeah.
think the school uniform is, because Firefly never went to school. She was raised in a growth tank. But like you could do Tribby as she was when she was Trisbios, the Oracle, before she got fractioned into a million little children, and she was a normal person, and just make a model for that and animations for that. Because there are a lot of people who simply won't pull child characters because they don't like having child characters in their team. They prefer adult characters. Well, Tribby might be a child now, but that's because she ages backwards Benjamin Button style. So, which I guess is a spoiler, kind of, sort of, not really, since you find out really early on. But because she ages backwards, there was a version of her where she, uses the normal adult model in theory, and you could do that and sell that as a skin, and I think that would sell like hotcakes because when Tribby was an adult, she was hot. So
No. What we learned is all those flashback CGs were just artistic interpretation, and she looked exactly as she does as a kid with the same proportions, just 6 feet tall.
Just stretched.
that would be disturbing, but
Very.
because child proportions are very, very different to adult proportions. But yeah, well, I'm just saying that they should use more ambition if they want to print money. Then you need to get your hooks into people good and proper. Like people will pay a premium for something like a new Tribby model, but a lot of people were just like, yeah, I like Firefly, but this outfit is just not different enough to her regular get up. Like I didn't get it. I use Firefly all the time. But yeah, Firefly's got other problems as a character mechanically. Like she's just because she was the prototype for a break archetype damage dealer. She's sort of fallen behind both Rapper and Boot Hill, and kind of needs some tweaks. I don't know if they'll give some to her. There was a rumor a while back that they were thinking about putting her on the list of characters to tune up because the Super Break archetype is having a bad time right now, largely because it doesn't scale very well with the game moving forward, because Super Break is a very binary archetype where you are either doing all of the damage or none of it when you're fighting. You can't do damage turn over turn over turn over turn because it's just not set up like that. But they haven't, integrated a way to cope with that. And Rapper and Boot Hill are both better at keeping damage rolling than Firefly is, unless you have Eidolons for Firefly. Which is part of the reason why I'm interested in getting Eidolons for Firefly, because she just scales so poorly, and I don't have Boot Hill. Boot Hill seems like a cool guy, though. I'm less averse to rolling him than most male characters.
If I was going to get an Icky Boy, it would probably be Boot Hill, but I don't have a break team and don't have the parts to even start putting it together. So, and Trailblazer is needed elsewhere.
I have full premium break with all of the required characters for both Rapper and Firefly. Adding Boot Hill to the roster would just give me another option. But since I've got the two of them already, I'd rather build up the ones that I've got. Because I really, 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 really don't want to go back to farming Iron Cavalry gear from that node again. I've already done it 4 times. But yeah. So next on the list, after the summer event, the summer event looks chungus. There's going to be heaps of stuff to do, heaps of mini games, lots of places to explore, and I think it's going to be one of our ideal during the show hangouts going forward when it comes out, because it's just a really colourful place with lots of stuff to wander around and do.
As opposed to
There's
a
even
random ruin in Liyue where it just happens to have a fun surf track here.
and they even showed that just outside the area, there's like a bunch of hilichurls that have obviously observed the construction of the resort and have tried to construct a hilichurl version of it, which is, it's kind of sad, and the instinct will be to obliterate them and move on with your life. But yeah, it's
Yeah. Like the
hilichurls, man.
Hilichurls, once you learn about what their whole deal is, it's like there's nothing they do or nothing to do with them that isn't sad.
Yeah, and it only gets worse as you move forward. Like, you guys haven't done some of the later content, but they continue to lean on that, on the fact that you know about hilichurls, and they just like to twist the knife. Now and again, they will remember that the player knows this, and then they will twist the knife.
Yeah, especially considering that aside from maybe a handful of characters, nobody knows it. They just see them as random monsters.
Yeah. So everybody just kills them without a thought, but you're the one who's required to think about it.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So moving on, the next thing is that one of the central characters who is going on holiday. Well, there are 2 central characters that are going on holiday in the resort that they mention. One of them is Venti, who, I mean,
no.
he might just be there for the liquor for all I know.
Yeah, he'll
because,
probably get drunk and fall in the swimming pool. Done. There's his story.
like, and you know, that's like very in character for Venti, and also something that is very easy to imagine because most people have seen it happen at least once. But
Once a week.
But the other person is Bennett,
Oh no.
and it seems like he's still trying to find people to join his adventurer band.
The resort's going to end up on fire, isn't it?
But he's trying to he's basically trying to make friends in Natlan, essentially, so that he can have more adventurer friends and go on adventures with them. Because, say what you like about Bennett, he's just a nice guy, like, generally. Like,
He's nice, he's persistent, and he's kind of he always means well, but his luck.
yeah, he's a shonen hero who just didn't get the plot armor that was necessary to be a shonen hero.
Well,
And
you don't
so
know his
he just has
backstory.
to.
He's burned through all his plot armor.
Well, the thing is, with his backstory, that's not really all there is to it. The implication that they dangle in the air at great length in this trailer, without saying anything specific, is that Bennett is actually extremely relevant. Like, him personally is extremely relevant to the plot, and specifically to the marriage of Ari, which is mentioned several times throughout Natlan, which is
Right.
like, it's kind of like the Atlantis for Natlan and Teyvat generally. It's a land that used to lie to the west of Natlan proper, that just sort of disappeared and is sort of like referred to as a cursed land now.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently we're going to start visiting over the course of coming patches bits and pieces of this by some means. And they show one screenshot which has like this big vortex in the sky over the Marijavari, which has suspended in it Bennett's constellation.
Thumbs up. Oh, once you
Oh,
draw the icons over it.
that's not his. That's not his constellation. But yeah, he's
I thought it was the thumbs up. Hang on. Oh, it's the wheel, the broken wheel. That's right.
yeah. So it's implied that he is tied to Netland in some very specific way, and he will even have a Netland themed outfit that you can earn from the summer event. And also there's another weapon earnable from the summer event, which is a claymore. Whether or not that claymore will solve any of Fern's claymore problems, I don't know, because I don't know the stats for it. They didn't announce them in the previews.
We'll wait and see. And more to the point, does it actually look like a decent weapon, or is it a silly summer weapon?
Can't remember. It was very small on the screen.
Yeah. Like
But
Genshin, I don't think has that much in the way of novelty weapons, but there are a couple.
Oh, there's the one of the Fisher weapons is just a pipe.
Yeah, it's just a pipe.
It's also really good for Xi Jinping.
But it's just a pipe.
It's just a pipe.
I think it might also be the BIS 4 staff of Farina.
Probably.
Probably?
It's a really good pipe.
I think most of the silliest weapons are catalysts.
I will tell you. Yeah. 45% energy recharge baked onto that thing with elemental skill crit rate and even more energy recharge on elemental skill use.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, I don't have it. I don't even know where it comes from.
You gotta go fishing a lot.
Why are all the good weapons attached to freaking fishing?
The catch is probably the best generic this'll work polearm in his BIS 4-star for a crap load of characters. I think it even beats out a bunch of 5-stars for some characters.
I have R5 Wolffang on my Farina because the color palette matches. Although I've heard other people argue that no, the pipe actually matches her better. But but yeah, so they imply that there's going to be like this big lore drop about Bennett and his ties to the Maharajavari and what actually the Maharajavari is. So yeah, it sounds like it's going to be a humongous patch full of stuff. Not too many improvements to the UI and that sort of thing, other than the aforementioned thing that gives you a list of the people relevant to tracking things when you're doing tracking world items and so on. But yeah, I'm really glad that they listened to the thing about the summer zones always just disappearing. That doesn't bring back the old summer zones. Like there's so little of profit in Sri that it seems kind of stupid that they removed it. Like it's not like going there now would allow people to somehow make a whole bunch of more that they didn't otherwise have.
You know, we could go surfing in Legoland, but no, not allowed.
No.
I loved those areas. They were so beautiful. I really liked the city as well. I thought the city was really cool.
Also,
yeah, there's just a lot of good stuff to see there.
Also, Navi is the king of Legoland.
Yeah, Star Rail and ZZZ both have event permanence now, so why does Genshin not?
Yeah, I have my issues with the way Star Rail does it, but they still do it better than absolutely gutting it out.
Yeah, like just nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, so I don't think I've got much else to comment on as far as Genshin is concerned, other than what because the only thing that happened this week was the event that you saw at the beginning of the show, where we get to maul about all the people who think that Kazuha is a solution to every problem.
At least it wasn't Zhao.
Yeah, Stygian Onslaught is up for another 9 days, and I just don't think that I've got the will in me to attempt to build a team to do Lava Dragon successfully.
I just don't care.
Yeah, it's set up in an unfair way, but now that I have some reason to believe that they do listen to player complaints now, I don't know if they just like imported somebody from another team who actually reads feedback, because Genshin very obviously didn't change at all until Star Rail came out. Until it had there's another game that is meaningfully competing in the same stable. Suddenly, they're paying attention. So, yeah, now there's somebody reading feedback. The they've made a bunch of changes. They've added the ability to re-roll and weight your item stats. They've added they're putting a permanent summer event in, a summer event area in, and things like that. Like, these are all things people asked for that they're now getting. So I think that it is worth making your opinion clear to them on what you think about Stygian Onslaught and the way that it's structured, because it was exactly what I wanted. I think what I wrote in the feedback form was that it got 90% of the way to what I wanted, but not the 90% where you like 90% of it and you hate 10% of it. It got the 90% of it the way you can jump 90% of the way across a chasm and fall to your death.
Yeah.
Might be a little bit too baroque for a feedback form, but that's just the way that I write, as anybody who has to read my reports at work comes to understand relatively quickly. But yeah, the way that they set it up was close to what I wanted, but far enough away to do everything categorically wrong. And one of the categorically wrong things was make a boss with very specific requirements, but they're new to the solution to specific requirements, which is co-op. Because ain't nobody going to kill that boss if they can't do a freeze team. Period. End. It's just not reasonable. And the way you solve that problem is by allowing co-op. Guess what we do for this difficulty where it's relevant? We disable co-op. We allow it for all of the situations which it's not relevant, and disallow it for the one where it is. Like, this is nonsense design, but now that we know that they listen to some of the things that you say in those forms, just fill them out. Make a point of it. That's the only way you're going to get things to go better. Like, both Ari and I have now put, by this point, sizable amounts of money into this game. We are basically stakeholders in its success now.
Yeah. Well, not as much as ZZZ. I have spent quite a bit on Genshin.
Meanwhile, come over here and let's boop a dog.
Yeah, we can boop dog.
You can boop dog. I got to do Storm Terror, but we can't really do Storm Terror while we're doing other things because
The one weekly
Yeah.
boss that you can't go and fight with your friends.
yeah,
Presumably it's cause it's in that instance area with a wacky camera angle.
I think so. Yeah,
All the other ones have
I think it
instance
was-
areas, but they don't have the wacky camera angle.
I presume it was just that there was a time where they were planning on doing bosses differently to the way they wound up doing them, which is why you've got the Storm Terror and the dog being polar opposites in the way
Mhm.
they're
Yeah.
presented, and neither of them matches the way things are done in the game today.
yeah. The mechanics of Storm Terror kind of rely on him facing where the player is, but when there's multiple players, it doesn't really work because all you do is spread around the platforms.
But it's clearly an idea that got abandoned
Yeah,
because they
It
haven't
just-
done any other boss fights in that style.
yeah. It does not work with multiple players. That one.
Right. Yeah.
So the three bosses I need are Dog, Storm Terror, and Daddy.
You have not unlocked Daddy yet.
I have not unlocked Daddy. I'm about halfway through the quest to do that.
I should still be on there tonight. If you get through tonight, hop over.
Tonight's being a work night for me now.
So, you got anything else for your week, Paul?
I'll leave it there because I'm sure you've got stuff to talk about with ZZZ.
All right then. I'll just go ahead and blitz the non-ZZZ stuff first, then out of the way. Shadowverse had a new set get released. You're seeing a whole lot of opinions that are changing literally every single day. About the only thing people can agree on right now is that Ward Haven is powerful, but how powerful and what the if and what the counters are still being ironed out. We know some stuff works. Abyss, Control Abyss may be expensive, but it to craft, but it appears to be doing much better than Abyss was previously, notably because it doesn't murder your own health bar for no benefit. I have pulled quite a few times from the new set. I had stockpiled a crap load of rupees, but I don't have anything of substantial playtime. basically just logged on, did my pulls, and have done my one match with Suicide Blood in the or Suicide Abyss now, I guess. In the what you call it thing, where you just play cards that damage yourself, lose as fast as possible to get the daily done.
Seems like it's not really the intended use, I have to say.
No, but I mean, it's basically like playing Bloodcraft or Abysscraft.
Either you win or you die.
Well, you just die. you play like the 3/3 that damages you that costs 2. You play the thing that does a direct instance of damage but damages you for 3. You play the dude that hits both you and the opponent when you evolve him. You just run all those cards and just kill yourself as fast as possible and don't destroy anything the opponent has on the board so they can kill you faster. I actually got into another match against a guy running Suicide Abyss, and we were both just trying to kill ourselves as fast as possible, and it turned into a game of who could lose first.
Oh, you got 2 tails out of him. Nice. That was actually pretty good. And a Dream Solvent.
Yeah,
So I might not need dog anymore, at least for a little bit.
You always need dog.
You do always need dog. So many characters, dog.
Barbara needs dog. Barbara maxed.
Barbara does need dog. Barbara is not maxed. What do I need for Barbara?
Rings.
Song.
Mushrooms.
Oh, I remember when we both needed mushrooms.
What's that? Curse scrolls, but I can craft a bunch of them. Alright, I'm gonna go crawl around on some windmills.
And then, so yeah, Shadowverse is happening, but I have not engaged with it much. Wednesday, especially this week, was a nightmare. So I'm glad the patch did not come out until Wednesday evening after I had just crashed and burned after work for ZZZ. Thursday and Friday were not too bad, but the first half of this week was pain.
Is it money-making pain or futile pain?
At least 2 of the shoes had money in them when they came down, but a lot more shoes were in the air than the 3 I thought.
It's a lot of shoes.
Yeah, they are pelting me on the head. Just everybody's got a problem, and I'm apparently the one with the solution to it. So yeah, we got all those. What else? I did scoop the new Donkey Kong game. It came out on Thursday, and I have not played very much of it because I wanted to get through ZZZ stuff. But
honestly, that game does look pretty good.
So here's the shoe. It's got 2 selling points that are very big. It's not so much a shoe as just a this is what you're purchasing. It follows the Mario Odyssey formula. So if you liked Mario Odyssey, you're going to like this new Donkey Kong game. There are a gorillion golden bananas to collect, like there were a gorillion power moons to collect, and there's just a chest on top of this house in Mondstadt, Fern.
Wait, what? Really? Okay.
That you just have not gotten.
So it's one of those chests just in a random spot, and you don't think to look there.
Yeah.
It's got rubbish in it.
Yeah. So the Mario Odyssey had a bit of an issue with its collecting of the power moons, and it just felt like a checklist. There was no incentive or a drive to really get there unless you were a completionist. And the power moons were handed out like candy. Like you could do literally anything and get a power moon. Donkey Kong does something very smart with this. It makes it so that every 5 bananas you get, and remember, they're just as plentiful as power moons, you get a skill point. And these things do things like make it so you can punch through higher levels of terrain easier, make it so you have more HP, make it so your transformations start up quicker, have less of a cooldown, and last longer. And each of your transformations, which are the other big central part of the game, have their own skill tree that makes like the generic gorilla transformation that makes Donkey Kong a super big gorilla with a banana beard.
What?
It's all of them are weird. Can do its charge punch harder, go further, and charge faster, or give him super armor while he's charging it. Stuff like that. Then there's a gorillion of these type of skills. Increase the most important one being increase your range of collect stuff around you when you hand clap, because that's how you collect all the junk, because stuff scatters like confetti everywhere. and
Okay.
you just press R1 to have Donkey Kong clap his hands, and he collects
Cool stuff.
everything around him. So you want to increase the radius of that because this game is Loot Confetti, the video game. And also, you can increase the sonar range. And this is also important. Now, sonar shows you hidden items inside of terrain, and this gets us to the other key part of this game. Almost all terrain is destructible.
This chest just sort of sitting here on the wall up here in Mondstadt. Did you explore Mondstadt?
I thought I had. But those little rubbish chests around the place that don't contain anything, but they still count towards completion. I think I missed a few of them.
Hey, they got Mondstadt talent books in them for nothing. Yeah. So, almost the entire game is made of destructible environments. And they love hiding crap in hills. Now, they're pretty good about not making you have to lawn mow the entire map, although they do have one level that's a short level that is just the landfill for just the autists that want to go lawn mowing.
If you they know their audience.
It is a very short level, and to beat it, you basically just have to lawn mow the whole map.
Those people in Luigi's Mansion who vacuumed up all the sand.
It is exactly.
It is
Mansion, so exactly like that you don't even know, and I don't want to spoil why. But yes.
That room, I spent so long just vacuuming that whole damn room.
You and Gura both. It was
I
Gura.
thought there might be treasure.
It was Gura that did it, right? I'm not losing my mind.
I don't remember.
I can't remember.
I watched one of them do it. I don't remember which one it was.
Yeah.
Here's another one.
So
box of meat left in the sun.
Now,
yes.
I have a picture to demonstrate what this means. I don't have a picture of the map in full. I didn't think to take one. But you can kind of see it here in part of the map. I'll just copy this image here and dump it in live show chat. So there was a banana that I very clearly could not get. I was supposed to come back later. Because not only is the terrain destructible, it's manipulatable. Some environment pieces are, because just pressing R2 will have Donkey Kong rip a chunk out of the ground. And if it's soft terrain, you can throw it, and when you throw it, it sticks to whatever you throw and creates a surface. So you can see where I'm going with this.
Yep.
Yeah, you can make penises out of pieces of terrain.
Yeah, you can.
Because I'm pretty sure that this is exactly... Fern, there's another box just on the roof of this house over here.
I've been finding them random boxes of meat all over the place too. So why?
Yeah,
I can't
imagine. I can't imagine the internet not immediately using the superpower to create a myriad of penises.
I'm sure the internet has all kinds of weird, fun ideas, but because I don't live on Twitter, they are not the first thing that came to mind. But I do not doubt if you are so inclined, you can find Donkey Kong Snow Penis.
I will not search that.
So
yeah, it seems like a really bad idea.
So, what this means is you can make a bridge to this random floating island in the sky by sitting there, just talking to somebody on Discord and just throwing snow at it for 20 minutes.
Sounds like an excessive amount of work.
You are not supposed to get it that way. It's like the only banana I have found where it's come back later. But I was stubborn and wanted to see if this was possible. And it totally lets you do it. If you're willing to sit there and stack snow for 20 minutes, you can still get up. You can get up there and get that banana. Because the levels don't deload your changes to the terrain until you leave the level. And this means not the layer of the level, but the whole level. So you have to take the big teleport eel to go to a totally different level. If you just take a baby one to go to another section of the level, it won't reload the map. And your terrain changes will remain intact. So
I'm honestly starting to get Donkey Kong 64 vibes out of all of this.
Well, there are a lot of collectibles, but there's no switching between Kongs.
That's a shame.
So, well, in the case of DK64, the only complaint I have about that game is how you have to go back to a tag barrel to collect stuff for a different Kong if you see
Yep.
something. I think
Yeah,
the
which
complaints
sometimes
about
means you lose track of where it was.
I think the complaints about DK64 are way overblown and seem to be driven by internet personalities because
Honestly, yes.
people don't remember what it was like as a kid, which very much so DK64 was aimed at in the 90s. Like if you're that game came out in what, probably 97, 98, so you're like 10, 12 maybe.
I never
Yep.
had it because it was one of those games which was in like the $130 price bracket, and I was like, you know what? I don't think I have enough affection for Donkey Kong to buy this game.
Yeah, if you
It's a
bought
shame
that,
because
yeah,
Donkey Kong 64 was basically it was a Banjo-Kazooie game in a lot of ways. Same team.
yeah, but people complain about it all the time. Oh, there's so much stuff to collect. It takes so long to play. When you're a kid and you get maybe a game for your birthday and maybe a game for Christmas, or a couple games
You
for
gotta make it
Christmas,
last.
You gotta make it last.
that's not a downside.
No. The
No.
only really big downside of that game was everyone got traumatized by the Jack in the Box.
Yeah, well, all the N64 games seem to have one terrifying
Something
creature.
like that.
You had Clanker in Banjo-Kazooie. In Clanker's
Yep.
Cavern, you had the eel in Mario 64. If you were a collectathon on the N64,
Gemini.
yeah, like if you were a collectathon on the N64, you had some obligatory terrifying thing in your game.
I remember when I was a child, I found the Redeads in Ocarina of Time extremely scary.
Because of the scream?
Yeah, because of the scream.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. You get to if you play Hyrule Warriors on the Ocarina of Time theme maps, you live through that all over again, except in a Musu game, which is unbelievably annoying.
Yeah. Where was I? Right, Donkey Kong Bonanza. So,
Monkey.
The gimmick this time, you just control Donkey Kong and Pauline. Well, Pauline starts sealed in a rock as Odd Rock, but within like 10 minutes of getting her, she unseals from the rock and she's now Pauline. And the
Actually, I have to ask this because you've got Street Urchin Pauline. Is this like a prequel to original Donkey Kong, or is it just Pauline now for some reason?
It almost appears to be set in a completely different universe, except Cranky Kong's here. Not only is Cranky Kong and Rambi are both here, and they use their classic designs, unlike Donkey Kong, who has had a bit of a Pixar up.
Yes.
I'm not a fan of his redesign, but Cranky Kong looks exactly the same. Which
Cranky Kong, I think, is just one of those universal constants. Yes, I'll go with the terrible pun. He's a miserable old cuss, but he always seems to be there.
There's a banana in every single world for finding him and Rambi sitting somewhere and listening to him rant.
Certainly, bring back Brinkley Kong. I don't care if she's dead. Bring her back.
About to say, didn't she die?
Yeah, she died, but that didn't stop her. She was in Donkey Kong Country 3, even post-mortem.
I thought she was in Donkey Kong Country 3 still alive and she ran the college in 2 and she had Wrinkly's save cave in Donkey Kong. Where she was doing like aerobics. No, she wasn't dead. She was doing aerobics.
Oh, wait. No, she was dead in 64.
Yeah, she was dead in 64 because she came as the little hint doors before every world and for each Kong.
She's a ghost.
Yeah, and her ghost would just pop out.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was still alive and trying to be alive with aerobics in Country 3, but it didn't work.
It didn't work.
A lot of things in Donkey Kong Country 3 didn't work.
She was dead, but she was very cheerful about it.
She was. Yeah. So we don't know where this fits in the timeline. I don't think Nintendo's too concerned about it.
Probably not.
But it's the same team that made Odyssey, and you can tell a lot of the level design for that was done in Odyssey, which was the good part of the game, is very, very reminiscent this game reminds you a lot of it. Just with a fully destructible environment. And that one banana I posted making the bridge to, not all examples are that ridiculous, but if you see a banana somewhere that maybe you'll be easier to get to later, you can probably find a creative solution to get over there to it. And just experimenting with what you can do is the fun part, which is good because
Odyssey was great for that too, actually.
Yeah, well, Odyssey, you had the cap jump, and that was just a tool that gave you way too much maneuverability.
It really did, yes.
But
You could cheese entire sections once you really got a hang of it.
but with Bonanza, movement upgrades are in the skill tree that you get skill points for. Like you can get the chunk jump that lets you double jump if you're holding a chunk, and you can get like turf surf better to make you able to surf on top of it better. If you press left trigger after grabbing a chunk, Donkey Kong will surf on it and can go faster that way. So finding bananas and just getting them in wacky ways, the game's totally okay with. It doesn't care how you get the banana. None of these are programmed in a way that it's going to break if you get it in a wacky way. All it cares about is checking the box if you got it or not. And I've enjoyed that, which is good because so far the game has been incredibly easy.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not something I'm coming to for challenge, but it is almost distracting how easy it is. Like I do wish they had a hard mode just so I could crank the enemy damage up and have to pay attention a little bit.
Yeah, Odyssey wasn't really hard either.
No, Odyssey was also really easy, but there were some challenges in Odyssey that kicked my butt in the later game, like the invisible platforms with covered in poison piranhas and you don't have Cappy.
Oh yeah. I deliberately forgot about those missions.
Sounds like something for a Souls game.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
I mean, there's that dragon that just came out of a Souls game for no reason.
Yeah, I don't know why Madeir is guesting in a Mario game, but Dark Eater Madeir
he shows
just
up again in the post game challenges as well, and he's tougher then.
Yeah, all the bosses have a refight in Odyssey that's them again, but with a new twist that makes them harder. In that one, it makes the floor ice, I think.
Something like that. It makes it a lot harder to avoid all the electricity all over the place.
Yeah, and it increases the number of AoEs and moves it does. So who knows? By the time I get to the end of the game, maybe it's challenge because Donkey Kong 64 has challenge rooms, but not 64. Donkey Kong Bonanza has challenge rooms all over the place.
Yep.
Now, what's cool is these challenge rooms are very varied in what they ask you to do. Most of them are your traditional. Here's a specific objective and a layout for this challenge room. There are 3 bananas hidden somewhere in here. Usually one at the middle checkpoint, one at the end, and one secret somewhere. Go find them while you complete the challenge. And the solutions are not always obvious. But some of them, because I was really worried with this game, with them not touching the Kremlings at all since basically 64, and being really scared of using a lot of Rare's stuff they put in the game, aside from like Diddy and Cranky. We just haven't seen much of the older Kong stuff. But not only do they have just remade like a section of Bramble Blast as one of these challenges, but they have the OG music from Greg Wise. You know, the song you've heard in some YouTube video somewhere about 30 times on Positive?
Yep.
Yeah, and they have the entirety of 1-1 Donkey Kong Country 3, the level, as one of these challenges. These challenge rooms with all the
mushrooms on this windmill food.
You're number 2. Yep.
Yeah, with all the secrets in the same spot they were in the Super Nintendo game. So they're don't appear to be as afraid of their heritage anymore. And who knows? The game is still early, so maybe it'll turn out King K. Rool's behind it the whole time. And if that happens, I will move this game up from an 8.5 to a 9 out of 10.
That is not an angle I should be looking at as a small child at.
Yeah, she's got bloomers. You're fine. It's not a Scofier.
No, that is true.
Or Kokomi, who just seem obsessed with shiny underpants.
Sparkly undies.
Though, to be fair, everything about Kokomi is sparkly.
True, so why shouldn't her undies be sparkly?
And also, her hot pants. We don't have undergarments in the lower region with Kokomi, but it doesn't really matter because those hot pants are not doing enough of a job to give you any other impression.
They're basically undies.
So yeah. The destructible terrain gives a whole lot of play you can do with the game, just experimenting, and that's what you're here for. That is the main selling point of the game, is to just have fun going around and finding. For me, it's finding creative ways to get the bananas. For others, it's going to be exploring the environments and experiencing the set pieces, all of which are just as good as Odyssey's, if not better, in some cases. Yeah. The other big mechanic is in every major world, because there are major and minor worlds. Minor worlds only have a few fossils and half as many bananas. They only have the baby fossils and minor bananas to collect. You get a new transformation for Donkey Kong where Pauline sings while Donkey Kong beats on his chest to a special beat unique to that animal, and he transforms. The first one is just a gorilla, so it's a gorilla becoming a bigger gorilla with bananas for a mustache or for a beard. And all of his transformations involve random bananas placed on body parts. You know,
Okay.
a zebra with a banana mane, and an ostrich, with wing feathers made of bananas.
All you have is a hammer. Everything looks like a nail, I guess.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, and each of these comes with a totally unique and powerful move set for you to break the game with. So, the Kong transformation is the most basic, and I mostly use it for digging. If I need to go in a straight line underground, because I've tunneled my way into somewhere I don't know where I am. Because its charge punch will keep going in front of it and clear a huge section. The I'll just go over the one shown in the trailer. The zebra can run really fast and can run across terrain that normally crumbles under your feet fast enough that Donkey Kong won't fall through it. And it is stable on ice. It doesn't slip on slippery terrain. And the ostrich, for some reason, can fly.
Yeah.
Would you choose an
previous
ostrich
games-
to represent the flying power?
I think that's the joke. In fact,
That's the throwback as well, I think.
In fact, Pauline lampshades it.
Because of course you would.
Because you'll find little crystal dudes, because the whole structure of this game is Journey to the Center of the Earth. It's you go down layer by layer, and every 100 layers down is a new unique world. And you can find these little rock dudes. And in the forest layer where the ostriches live, where Espresso and her friends are, and run a hotel in this game, for some reason, under the earth,
Right.
because reasons. You can make little hideaways where Donkey Kong can rest and recover his HP and act as a teleport point, or a teleport point, because our teleporters are cute little eel babies that eat us and drag us to where we need to go and spit us out. And every time you rest at a stop, the first time you rest at a hideaway after you pay a dude to make one, that hideaway has unique dialogue where DK and Pauline are going to sleep, and Pauline will comment on what's going on. And specifically in the ostrich land in the forest, she's like, how come you can fly when you're an ostrich?
Well, because Espresso can, so why not?
Well, Espresso can flap its wings and attempt to fly and only delay its inevitable
glide, yeah.
It's not even a glide, it's delaying the inevitable plunge to the ground by an extra second or two.
Yeah. For an ostrich, that's as close as flight as you're going to get.
Yeah, but it's not flight, whereas DK Ostrich can fly for a solid 5 seconds before it starts to glide, and you have to touch ground before you can maintain height again.
Yeah, that don't make sense.
And also,
who cares?
DK can lay eggs in ostrich form. We choose not to think about that part. I'm sure Twitter is having a field day over that. But the eggs explode because we're not just an ostrich; we're an ostrich bomber.
Apparently, it's part Yoshi, I guess.
Yeah. So that's those, and each one has its own unique theme song that plays when you transform, and Pauline sings with it, and it's very silly. The cutscene for each one you have to get. The elders of each village are all so old they can't do what they used to do in their youth anymore, so they bestow their power onto where the young souls that come to find them. And they do this by putting an ancient record on a record player and DJing their favorite song. And this teaches Pauline how to sing it and lets DK transform. Because reasons.
Because reasons.
Okay, it's cute.
They're really leaning on that whole Pauline as a singer thing.
Yeah, ever since the big set piece in Odyssey kind of made that a thing, they've been pushing that. But
considering she had no personality whatsoever before.
Yeah. So yeah, other than DK's redesign, it's a perfectly fine video game. I do wish there was a bit more, just some teeth to it at all. I'm not asking for a lot here. I'm not asking for Dark Souls, but I do wish the enemies actually mattered instead of just being speed bumps. Like I would like to, even if you kept all their attack patterns the same and made them incredibly simple, just make their attacks do enough damage that I actually care. Like, or provide a difficulty option for that to be the case anyway. But no such luck there.
The mushrooms here, Fern.
And but otherwise, it's a perfectly fine collectathon that's a lot of fun. That could have been a system mover for the game and should have been the launch title. A company with Mario Kart, that would have been an okay lineup to start with, but for some reason they didn't. It needed a bit more time to cook.
I'm far more interested in Donkey Kong than I am in Mario Kart, because honestly, it's because of those Donkey Kong 64 vibes I'm getting from it.
Yeah. Well, you're playing Mario Odyssey with a Donkey Kong skin more than playing Donkey Kong 64. There's a certain magic to playing Donkey Kong 64 if you remember exactly how that game played. That isn't easy to replicate because of the jank in that game.
Yeah.
Like it's just that charming 90s jank that just kind of works.
Yeah, back in the era when games were still trying to figure out how things work.
Yeah, there's an experimental nature to a lot of the stuff they did, and just stuff that isn't done anymore because by now the formula's been figured out. But there's just a whole bunch of weird and wacky stuff because they were just trying stuff with DK64, and they were trying to just see how big they can make this game.
Making cartridges yellow.
Yeah,
they did make the cartridge yellow.
They also came bundled with the RAM expansion for the N64 because without it the game couldn't run.
Yeah, also that. Hey.
So yeah. That's that. The game could still totally fall apart. I would hold because of the nature of the Switch 2 before you take this as a recommendation, as a positive. Because so far it's the only reason to get a Switch 2. If that you might consider. So I would still hold it. Oh no.
Oh no.
I am stuck in a very compromised position in Mondstadt.
Do we have to come and point and laugh?
That's
gotta hurt, Kokomi.
More mushrooms here, Fern. You only grabbed one.
Oh, missed them.
Because remember, I can see that where they all are on the map with Klee.
Yes.
I'm not sure that's safe for work. Poor Kokomi. So yeah, hold on taking a purchase recommendation for me because I'm still early. There's still tons more game to go through, and I'll be steadily chewing at it for the next week or two. But it exists, and I'll report back once I beat the game. There's still plenty of time for them to, end of Dark Souls, just break this thing, and it's not finished at the end, or some other just terrible shenaniganery going on at the end. It also could be great the whole way start to finish. Don't know yet, but I'm still early enough that hold judgments until I get back to you. I'm going to hold my judgment until I play the whole game to get back to you.
So far, it's one game that's worth buying it. So anyway,
yeah, for the first starter bit of it, we have not. It, like I said, it could all fall apart.
Yeah.
In which case, there will still be no games on the Switch 2.
Yeah, unless you're really invested in a game, though, it's not a reason to buy the console.
Yeah, this will be one of those things to put on your to-get list if you ever do eventually get the console.
It's not on the Switch one, is it? It's Switch 2 exclusive.
Yep.
Yep.
So, I'll return to that when we have more time to it, and that only took up a brief amount of my playtime today going through it.
So you are building a snow bridge.
Yes, because the other bit of time doing it, I was sitting there, not going to sleep, and instead going, "Will the game actually let me do this?" And the answer was yes. The game will let me do that.
Nice.
Thankfully the map is very good. If it runs a little bit jank, and that the game will stop for the first few seconds you open a map after you haven't opened it in a while, it will slow down to 15 FPS for about 5 seconds if you haven't opened it in a while. Because
I assume that the map keeps track of your terrain changes.
Yes, it does.
That's why.
So it has to update them all. and it's the way it zooms out from your character when you push the map button makes it so it's very easy to orient yourself. But yeah, I will get back to everyone more as I progress the game. Other than that, the game runs fine so far. Okay,
Get away
ZZZ.
with it, getting them all fern.
I thought I'd gotten them all.
Why do
I
you not
can't see
trust
them.
my ingredient sensing capabilities or something?
Because it's Klee, and Klee is dangerous in close proximity.
Lead him by the hand from mushroom to mushroom.
Well, I'm trying, but he keeps getting distracted by shiny objects and wandering off.
That's true. How many do I need? I think that might be it. For now.
Definitely.
Yep, that's it for now.
Okay.
Right, to the crafting bench.
Oh yeah, you can come see how my poor Kokomi has killed herself.
Assuming the visuals show up for us.
Yeah, because I'm
Oh my. That's not supposed to go there.
No. I can't move. I've been stuck here for like 10-15 minutes.
You can just teleport.
I can, but this is funny.
Yeah, that's definitely not comfortable.
Just jumped from the building next door onto the impale herself on the spike. I don't even know how I triggered it. But
Hey, a hawk can keep you company.
you can punch me out of it.
No, he can't. He's just gonna stay up there and yap.
Right, so ZZZ. They kind of we've only known about the summer event coming in ZZZ for a little bit, a few weeks now before it actually came out. Let's talk about the main story first, I guess. Paul's actually done that part. I expected after the launch, them finishing 1.0 and getting 7.0 started, that they might need to catch the breath a little bit. No,
They explicitly said that they weren't going to.
yeah,
They said that they wanted to try and avoid that content cadence where there's patches where nothing happens, and keep the story moving from patch over patch.
yeah. The game just keeps plucking along, and the main story is moving right along with Tops and the trouble it's causing at what's that place called?
Not really.
The Wi-Fi Peninsula.
It's not really clear though, like who is actually the most instrumental person here. I think the biggest weakness of the story, other than its general kind of predictability, is the fact that its ability to mesh with the meta plot is very unclear. Like it's an interesting and fun story when viewed as a story focused on the persons involved, the characters particularly involved, but this has virtually no bearing on the myth arc that they have revealed. They don't bother to tie that in it at all. It's just, oh well, I mean, we know that Tops is a corporate Shoggoth, and we know that New Eridu is a governmental Shoggoth, and we know that the military is a military industrial Shoggoth, and that these Shoggoths are all interested in the Wi-Fi Peninsula, but we're not actually going to reveal anything about anybody's motivations or agendas here. We're just going to tell a story about the people who have gotten caught up in it. That's what makes this patch low key. That's not that there's anything inconsequential about it, or that the story is bad or too brief. It's just that it doesn't really tell you very much.
Well, it answers the question of how some of the Exaltists got some of their resources. Not all of the Exaltists, but a
but the
faction
thing
of
is
them.
that nobody was asking that question. That's the thing. It's like, oh, well, we already know that they're going to have ins with the various powers at Tops in the government, because they explicitly told us that in 1.0 at great length, repeatedly. That's what the whole Bringer arc was about.
Yeah.
No,
Um,
this is not a revelation. This is just like, oh, and this is the application of what you already saw to this geographical area.
yeah, it also what you call it? It fleshes out Tops itself a little bit more with the characters involved. Tops has been very background into the last two patches, and it seems like they're really trying to establish them as the main threat. So any connections to the greater myth arc that come through Tops will be benefited by the fleshing out that it gets in each of the story patches in the meantime.
The thing is that they so far haven't made Tops look like. I think that the exact opposite was accomplished to that, because this makes it look like Tops don't know Jack, and that they're just being used for their resources because they're greedy enough to be hoodwinked. Like I feel like the angle for Tops is based around that woman. What's her name? Sarah? I can't remember. Um, who was pulling the strings in 1.0. Because none of the people in Porcelain seem to know anything. They're just out for a quick buck.
Yeah. So they can go somewhere with all that eventually, possibly. But the important thing here is or the main focus of anyway was the character story with they told with the new girls. And I I don't have anything to write home about it, but I did like it a lot. I thought it hit the notes it was trying to hit very well. I think Yuzuha's story in particular, even though it's you can see the twist coming from a mile away, it's still fine and fun. And the dynamic that Yuzuha and Alice have is just a good time the whole way through. It makes everything fun. So so yeah. Uh,
The character wise, I think the part that I liked about it was that they actually bothered to draw a distinction between a person who is a coward and a person who is just easily startled. Because normally the trope is to not make any distinction, and that if a person is easily startled, they also make that person afraid of everything.
yeah, yeah, you'll get more to that in the event. So a lot of I'm dancing a bit around specifics for the character stuff because I don't want to accidentally spoil anything about the summer event because the summer event very much so plays off of the stuff we learned about these characters going on in the main story.
We find out why Alice wears a belt that reflects her mood.
Oh, why she has a mood belt? Not yet,
Yeah,
but yeah, it's still there on her swimsuit.
it must be very important to her for some reason.
Yeah. Uh, Also, for some reason, Yuzuha's swimsuit has a rubber ducky on it. Well, a disembodied rubber ducky head.
What?
Yeah, it's just hang on. I'll find a picture.
Why she decapitate a rubber ducky?
Well, it is kind of in character for her. She is sort of like the most sort of she's kind of the iconic member of the Spook Shack. Like everybody else who is a member of Spook Shack is just incidentally a member of Spook Shack. But Yuzuha is much more inclined to make it part of her identity.
Yeah, you'll find out why in the summer event when you do Yuzuha's story. I had to crop the spoilers out of it, but there's a dude got a rubber ducky head.
She does. Just random rubber ducky head.
Yeah. Um, Yuzuha is definitely makes Jane a whole lot stronger. I imagine she'll do the same for Alice if you run Alice as your main. Uh, Yuzuha does not give a crap what element that your main anomaly dealer is, because she will.
The question I have is, do you want to put your main after her or before her in the order?
She doesn't
Because there
care.
seems to be no this. Well, I mean, she's going to trigger an auto switch to one or the other.
Well, she uh
Will only adapt the next damage type to hit. She won't adapt She won't adapt to the second type to hit. So.
oh, I thought you meant like does she cause a quick switch with her EX skill?
She
What
does. She
what
does
I
cause a quick
what
switch.
I've
The
seen
question is which
it
order does it go?
what I've seen, if you let me talk, is that it does not. Every time I push the button, It depends on which button I hit. It doesn't lock it to one character.
Every other quick switch in the game does.
Yeah, but for Yuzuha, it doesn't. At least not that I've observed.
That doesn't sound true. I don't have to check. I haven't had time to play with her. Because it does explicitly show one particular character in the quick swap. It doesn't show a generic quick
Now,
swap icon,
I
for which one does exist.
now I have not got to use her too terribly much, but the
They always use her in a pair in the storyline except in one place, so you don't really get to try that out.
but when I've taken her into other stuff, at least her just doing the rain version of her EX skill, which is basically all I've really used on her, the full EX bar one, I have not noted a swap icon pop up unless it pops up earlier in the animation than I expect it to, and I've just not been looking for it. But I honestly have not spent a whole lot of gameplay tooling time because there's so much story to go through.
I also find her counter very nearly impossible to use in practice.
You have to be on the second or third hit of her basic attack and then press and hold the attack button or something.
Well, the thing is that the timing is so jank compared to every other counter in the game.
Yeah.
Like you need to you can't wait until the opponent starts to tell an attack. You need to start using it before the opponent has shown any tells.
Yeah, you gotta.
So you've just sort of got to feel out the timing from the way the AI tends to operate. If the AI decides, no, I don't feel like doing that today, well, you're buggered.
Yeah. So she might have a designated quick swap that she prefers the direction in that might be earlier in the animation, but I just have not used her enough to notice it. And every time afterwards, after her little rain down with her EX skill, I just pick the character I want to swap to, and it always swaps to it. So sometimes that's been Bernice, and sometimes or Vivian, and sometimes it's been Jane, and she'll just go to whichever one I push. So yeah. Otherwise, yeah, don't know yet. Have to experiment with her more. But either
that she seems like a very healthy addition to the game because she doesn't raise the power ceiling. Like there's nobody who there are a lot of characters for whom she will appear in their premium team, but there's nobody whose premium team is like radically upset by it. Like the most powerful anomaly in the game currently is still Miyabi, but Miyabi also gains the least benefit out of all the anomaly characters from Yuzuha because she scales in such a atypical way compared to most anomaly characters. So her power level didn't shoot through the ceiling. The ones who are lagging behind due to the lack of dedicated anomaly support, well, they've been significantly improved by having access to a dedicated anomaly support, but none of them have now moved into the position of being the optimal damage dealer in the game. Like she's managed to slot into a neat little position that was left open without distorting the meta overall.
Yeah. And you got Alice coming out, which seems to be mostly an alternative to Jane with slightly different applications.
Yeah, she seems like an application to Jane that is sort of like more reliable, less spiky, lower damage ceiling, but more accessible to use and generally able to deal better with certain situations where being able to behave in a normal way is more important than being the dodge rat.
Yeah, the
Because
dodge.
if you're going up against an enemy which doesn't give you a lot of opportunities to be dodge rat, Jane will start to fall off.
Yeah, because you won't be able to maintain passion state, and if you can't maintain
There
passion
are some
state,
enemies that
bad juju.
they just don't give you that many opportunities to exploit dodging. I mean, this is something very obvious to me because I main Caesar most of the time, is that if you just don't have any opportunities to counter, you kind of sort of left with nothing to do but spam square.
Yeah, this is why I got Jane's M1, because it lets her hold 2 charges of the twirly. So if you don't need to use the twirly in passion state for a first cycle of it, and you're about to fall out of it, you can hold that twirly, build it up again, and now have 2 in there. Because there are oftentimes on longer boss fights where I'll fall out of passion state twice, and I've wasted both of my twirlies to get meter back really fast, or needed to use them in awkward times, so I didn't overcap. But that helps me skip one of the cycles entirely where she falls out, and a lot of bosses just don't attack enough for her to dodge a lot and get and maintain passion mode the whole time.
I've noticed that from Trial Jane is that she just ends up with holes where she's not being as productive as she should be
Yeah.
because the boss is not like spamming attacks at you or anything.
Yeah. So this means you fall out of passion, and basically when Jane falls out of passion state, the nitro falls out of her engine, and she is going the speed limit.
Like Alice, by contrast, has some counter moves in her kit, like hard counter moves on the triangle, the way Caesar does, and the way Yishen does. But generally speaking, she just plays like a standard character in that she wants to be on field. She wants to hit things with her sword, and then burst when she's got the energy or resources available to do so.
Yeah, she's also better at generically dealing with AoE situations because the dodge rat needs to dodge to do any kind of substantial AoE hit or use her ultimate. Alice can press and hold the square button at 3 pips, and it seems to suck up everybody that it looks at.
Yeah, but it works very similarly to Miyabi's, except it's got sort of a narrower circle, but seems to draw in more things. But the she's never going to have the damage ceiling that dodge rat assaults have. Nobody does.
Yeah, no, because dodge rat has the caveat of your crit damage scales with anomaly. But
Nobody else can do that.
or your crit damage scales your anomaly rather, and can crit. Your assaults can crit. So yeah, the ceiling for Jane is a lot higher, but there are situations where if the enemy moves around too much or doesn't attack a lot, you get stuck with dead time with Jane, and you can wind up whiffing whole EX skills if the enemy's too mobile, and so Alice has a different application entirely than Dodge Rat. In the she will be much more consistent and more usable for trash and AoE fights as the physical anomaly dealer, whereas Jane will probably still remain the single target queen, especially against not attack.
It frankly
Against,
just requires more technical skill.
yeah,
Like the player skill ceiling is also higher for Jane in terms of both physical manipulations of the character and timing.
yeah,
There is more to think about. Alice is more straightforward to play.
yeah. That said, Alice is still fun. I like the little bit I played with her in the story because she overlaps so hard with Jane, though. In terms of role, Alice is not a necessary pull for me. She is blonde.
You're going to talk yourself into it regardless. I don't even know why you're bothering to defend yourself.
I have to make the token effort.
You're just going to spend money until she comes home. That's what you always do.
Yeah, but yeah, may do some budgeted pulls, but yeah. Otherwise, Yuzuha has made Jane usable for me again. Although most of that is my game. I need to totally refarm my Janes. I had been relying.
Yeah, your gear was a little bit sad. I didn't realize you put the first remotely compatible pieces on her and then forgot about the fact that she uses discs for the next 6 months.
Yeah, and remind you, I've been using her as my main character functionally, as my go-to.
To be fair, I did the exact same thing with Caesar, so Caesar has my crappiest discs.
So yeah, several E rank discs. We don't even get B or D.
No, I've got a massive D rank. So I don't think my Caesar has any E ranks. I could be wrong, but she has quite a few Ds.
Yeah, so I desperately need to refarm my poor Jane. I think I sent it to Vol. I don't think I posted it in live show chat though. I'll show you guys the state of my Jane's discs.
It requires the Bee Gees' Tragedy as its back song.
Oh yeah. 3 E's, 2 D's, and a B. It's not good, folks.
Yeah, it manages to be worse than my Caesars, and my Caesars were pretty bad. I didn't realize he was trying to main a character who was basically not equipping any gear.
Yeah, but I made it work, and if you get good with Jane, you can make it work. I've still used her as my generic off-element slot filler. Jane will fix it. If back before my account was super built, and she's been rolling with that gear with 14 defense percent rolls.
No, I've got 2 E's as well. Mine's pretty bad. I've got one good disc. There's one good disc in there. There's one redeeming disc, which is not terrible on my Caesar.
So yeah, once I get Jane rebuilt, I'll be very interested to see how she does with Yuzuha. Yuzuha seems to work better having Vivian on the team because Bernice still takes some field time, especially the way I built my Bernice. And I'd honestly rather have Bernice with Miyabi anyway.
Yeah, I think I'm still inclined to play. I'm still inclined to play Miyabi as a hyper carry. To be totally honest, I'll probably put Yuzuha with the Miyabi team in a lot of circumstances. Any circumstance where I don't explicitly need an anomaly or disorder team, I'll probably use Miyabi with Yuzuha for hyper carry because currently Miyabi hyper carry is operating off the back of Nicole and Sokaku, and honestly, Nicole just makes the DPS windows too narrow for somebody of my meager player skill because her debuff applies for such a short amount of time. It's just hard to manage.
Yeah, you've got to
So,
get her in on the quick swap window or the quick assist window and make sure she's last so she can pump that thing out and her animation takes forever to play.
The Yuzuha 40-second window, much easier to manage.
Yeah. So yeah. That'll be interesting to see how it goes. I really like how they're working with the character designs in ZZZ. So far, I want them to just keep on keeping on. They seem to have a good thing going on and are leveraging their systems and rebuilding their systems if they have to. So just I want them to keep going with that. The other thing to note in the ZZZ patch is just how ginormous the summer event is. So even if they managed to keep the story clipping along, which they did for the main story, I did not expect them to be able to then crank out a summer event this big on top of it. We have I sent Fern a list.
Yeah, it's sizable.
We have it's and the limited.
Still, I have a day job.
We have a now. There's nothing to gather there, but you can run around it, and it's cool to look at. An entire new map of just the resort you're at to just run around and see the sights in. There's nothing to do there really, but it's cool they put it. You don't just talk to a menu or something. Free swimsuits for Bell and Wise. So you got those. 2 brand new high quality mini games. These are not of the level that Genshin normally puts out, where we're playing just whatever that thing at the People of the Springs thing was. That's just Brick Break again, or a dumb little isometric thing. No. Alice and Yuzuha have totally unique animations for their. Well, Yuzuha reuses some, but Alice definitely has a ton of unique animations. For 2 mini games with Alice's surfing time trial and Yuzuha's shooting gallery, both of which are fully fleshed out with all kinds of upgrades, upgraded surfboards and course layouts for Alice, and all kinds of different ammo types and track layouts for Yuzuha that's unlocking as the event goes on. And
It's the same resort that they were trying to go to during that event where they were trying to get the stuff from the vault on the Bangbu TV event thing.
Oh, I don't remember.
Because remember the story for that was that they were trying to get money to go on holiday at a resort or something.
Yeah, the reason we have the swimsuits for free is Bell and Wise apparently bought them for that when they were trying to get money to go on vacation, but never got to use them. So they go back home and get their swimsuits and just bring them over. So the functionality of Belle's pants on her swimsuit, I am questioning, but those look like they have anime magic holding them up.
He's wearing a belt.
Yeah. So we have one returning minigame that's been updated with all kinds of new quality of life features, both in gameplay and in management, with the fishing minigame. A way to properly sort and make use of the fish you get for collectibles and progress in the eventometer. An aquarium to
the original fishing one.
An aquarium
There's too many things to catch.
Yeah, an aquarium to display the fish you catch. and a auto fishing mode for Fairy to just go fish for you for 20 hours once you're done with the event for the day. If you really just don't want if you really don't want to do the fishing event, she will not progress as fast and has a much lower chance to catch the rare stuff, but she can do it for you. You just hand her the auto fishing rod.
Sure is adaptable.
Well, you have a special fishing rod that Fairy can program to fish for you.
I do miss Fairy. I feel like they've really underplayed Fairy lately. Like there's not enough of the constant deadpan snarker. Like I wanted Fairy to be more of a character than she has been lately. I know that there's a lot of people who don't like Fairy. They think the Fairy is just an impediment to the storytelling. But I think that Fairy is one of the few things that ZZZ's story has that will pull you back to the overall meta arc for the story. Because remember, there are a fixed number of these AIs, and each of them has its own name and personality, and only a handful of very powerful individuals have access to them. And we don't know why Bell and Wise have access to Fairy. None of that material was revealed. Like, I think you could probably make a reasonable case. Well, maybe the mayor is a suspect for giving them access to Fairy. He's powerful enough to get a hold of one of these things, and he seems to have an interest in Bell and Wise. Like, there, you could speculate, but there's reason to believe that these AIs are, going to be major turning points in the plot for New Eridu as a whole, and they've just kind of let Fairy slide into the background as a sort of an irrelevant tutorial function of sorts.
Yeah,
That's
and
a shame.
I get the feeling she will be back and be back big as soon as they decide to really dive into the myth arc more.
Bring back the sass.
Yeah, but yeah, they've got so many characters moving around on screen all the time now that Fairy not talking as much seems kind of like an inevitability if you really want to give your time to the other characters.
They've got a advantage over Genshin and Star Rail in that it doesn't beg a disbelief to see the same characters all the time, because the amount of geographical space being covered is not that large. Whereas, you've got an entire planet in Genshin and you've got an entire galaxy in Star Rail that you've got to somehow. People are not going to be that mobile that you can just constantly see characters showing up everywhere. Like there are some that do sort of strain it a little bit. Like Qingxue seems to be on a very long vacation.
Yeah.
Then again, she is the premier expert on the waifu for skiving off.
Yeah. Poor girl.
I do love Qingxue events.
So yeah. Surprisingly, no Nicole, but we have been Nicole overdosed in events. From the.
I'm sure she'll show up. I bet she'll show up somewhere. Like, she definitely wants to go on holiday.
We got a reference to Nekomata existing in a throwaway line, but no Nicole yet. But I'm sure Nicole would love to be here. But Nicole has kind of been our event Archon. And the Cunning Hares in general have been our event Archon, with if you count Billy too, for most of 1.0. So letting her take a vacation while we're on vacation from being the event Archon probably a good idea. I'm sure she'll be back.
I mean, she will definitely want to go on vacation, but she definitely won't want to pay for it.
Yes.
So much as I love Nicole, I am glad that they're not crutching on her for events.
I would not begrudge them, because she does kind of have her finger in every conceivable pie.
Yeah, she does Nicole all over everything. But yeah. What else is in the event? Because we're not done yet. A full story mode that's going to be just as long as the main story. Two character stories.
I have a day job.
2 character stories that one for Yuzuha and one for Alice, which are about half the length of a character story each. So they total into one full one, but tell 2 separate stories. They just involve their mini games. They're not. Don't think there's any combat in either. There might be combat in one of them, very briefly. Let's see, and yeah, that's the ZZZ summer event. Just a ton of crap to do in here. This is why I didn't have much time for Donkey Kong or Shadowverse.
Doesn't sound like there's enough fufu.
Now, Fufu's currently being kidnapped for arithmetic training remedial lessons.
Yeah, she failed her math test.
So,
I didn't even realize she was doing math.
yeah, I
I
didn't.
guess I don't know what being a student of Yunkui Summit entails.
It apparently involves taking a math test, though, and Fufu failed it.
But you have to complete your general education before you can become a mystic.
So yeah, that's why Fufu and Yishuin are not present. Aside from very, very brief bits in the main story, is Fufu failed the math test. And why the training for math has to happen on a mountain, however, that I'm less clear on.
All the best training happens on
Well,
mountains.
you're always talking about Uju Mountain training.
Yeah, but it's not literal Wuju. I don't go up to the mountains to do Wuju Mountain training.
Well, maybe
Then
you
you're
would
not
get
doing it
better
properly.
results if you did.
I don't know. It works perfectly fine without the mountain. The mountain just seems like an optional extra. So yeah, summer event being this big is really what I didn't expect. And just there being so much stuff to do in it. Like, this is an entire patch's worth of content in an event. On top of a patch that already has entirely new content in it. And I haven't even touched on the new battle tower, because I've only done 10 floors of it. It is a battle tower that you pick a buff that will give you, because you have a selection of 3 for each set. I don't know if they differ between sets, because I've barely touched it. And this will award you bonus points, and then you are awarded more points by getting up a style meter that I don't remember where it appears on the screen, but they have an announcer that says Devil May Cry style callouts whenever you go up a letter rank.
And that they also do the music thing.
Oh yeah, they do the music thing, and the music is very bumpin'.
Soundtrack in for ZZZ in general is pretty bumping.
It's
a matter of taste. It's a bit spotty.
It's also very eclectic. They get pretty out there and very different with a bunch of the tracks.
They do.
Like early on, it seemed like there might be a theme going on here. That has become less and less true as more stuff has come out.
Apple.
So it's going to be hit or miss. I think pretty much for everybody. They're going to have tracks they like and tracks they're not big on. But yeah, that's all going on there. And this is an entire battle tower separate from the normal battle tower, like the last one was. But the last one was just basically a time limited battle tower that didn't have too much extra going on in it. This one has the full Devil May Cry style meter, and from the little bit I played of it, it was great. Like I mentioned before, for characters that have unique things they do, like counters and stuff, there appears to be special buffs and point values you can get for performing actions with the character, like landing Val's waifu's counter, and or maintaining passion state for an extended period with chain and stuff like that. So those are all there. How much they're worth and whether they're worth trying to shoot for, I don't know. Haven't crunched any of the numbers. Otherwise, it's just don't get hit and try and bump your numbers up. And the floor 10 boss actually was a new enemy from the main story that you probably fought, and we're like, how the heck am I supposed to avoid that attack? Well, better figure it out because it's the last boss of floor 10.
Yeah, I saw somebody post a screenshot of them getting hit once by an enemy in the new battle tower and it taking away 99% of their hit points from full health.
Yeah, they probably picked a modifier for that. I think one of the modifiers is you get a crap load of bonus points, but you are two touches from death. So useful if you're going for hitless anyway, I guess. But yeah. So there's just a ton of crap in this patch. It's absolutely ginormous.
Is the
And,
timer ticking down on that mode yet, or is it like extended until we say that it's going to end like the previous one?
if it does have a timer on it, I think it's ridiculously like at least 45 days, if not
The
longer.
the previous second battle tower had a greater than basically for the longest time, and then when there was about 50 days left, then they put the timer on. They started it ticking down.
Yeah, it's at least 45 days. It's probably longer. Yeah, I do remember it being an absurdly long time, whatever it was. But plenty of time to do that when you're up to it and got the time.
There's a concern is the amount of other stuff that I have to do first.
Yeah. So there's all that. It just really puts into perspective how much work this team puts in, or how robust this engine is to be able to produce this kind of crap cheaply, or both. Because I was expecting, especially after the last several Star Rail events and the last few Genshin events that I've done. Okay, summer event, might have a mini game, some story, maybe a new little area to walk around in the hollow or something. No, not just a whole event story, but 2 character stories and 2 brand new mini games and a retooling of an old mini game with entirely new fish to catch. Not that the fishing mini game probably took very much dev time, but
I'm curious as to when they started the development work on it, because there's a sort of a major shift. Like if you critique the first few patches of 1.x, honestly, there's almost no actual content there.
yeah,
Like there's nothing changes from patch to patch and nothing is added. So it could be that, they did all of the 1.0 through 1.x in advance up until, and then basically hadn't they were already started sort of conceptualizing the everything for 2.x way back around the time of launch, and then the only real shift in development was probably when they threw out Bangbu TV and started developing actual locations. But I feel like probably they started this a long time ago, because a lot of that early stuff now looks like conservation of resources.
yeah. I do wonder if they put out like if they had most of 1.0 to like 1.2 or 1.3 just done, and they turned it out to the wild while they got worked on the base stuff for like 1.4 onwards, and just were adding feedback response to, or what people liked response to the workload for 1.4 onwards. Because for 1.0 to 1.3, I mean, it did have Cheesetopia, but Cheesetopia was still a standard structure event.
And it was very light in terms of what the resources required to create it would have been.
Yeah, they
Say what you like about Bangbu TV, though, it doesn't cost much to do.
yeah. But yeah, it blows my mind that we're still able to get set pieces scattered here and there throughout the main story that are fully animated in engine, showing off the big hype moments, just scattered throughout for about 30 seconds to a minute here and there. That engine must be incredible. They could just have animators that, like UFO Table, that are just really really good at what they do and could crank that stuff out at a faster pace. But man, the presentation of that game just keeps getting better and better to me. And
Yeah, I didn't expect the first person sequences either.
yeah, oh, and the vents, no, we
Yeah.
we don't that's entirely new. That we have not seen that either.
And the thing is that what that represents is not new technology. That's just thinking outside the box. That's like what I was complaining about with Star Rail, is that they're too married to the fundamentals, and they seem to be scared to try anything that's a bit different. There's absolutely no reason that they had to do that in first person. The only reason to do it is that it allows you to communicate the claustrophobia of crawling through vents better.
Yeah, and they had to sit there and figure out how to compress the character model and move the camera in front of it while you're moving through the vents and fix your speed to a crawling cadence. Like all this is
It does
extra.
have some bugs.
It does.
Once you emerge from the vent, you will continue to hear crawling through vent sounds for the next half an hour if you're unlucky.
Oh, I didn't get that one, but I got animation bugs.
I didn't get any animation bugs. I got sound bugs. Like I could hear vent crawling for ages afterwards.
Yeah, I had Bell occasionally contort in awkward ways for about 30 minutes after getting out of the vent. It was quite funny, and they were very, very brief. And if I had not been looking in her direction, I wouldn't have noticed. But they definitely happened. But they got it in.
I just had to put up with interruption of several combat sequences with noises like Navia trying to hold her hat on.
Yeah, yeah, that's not good. But yeah, it really, especially after the last several patches in the other two games, it just blew me away with how much and how high quality each of the things is that ZZ put out for the event. Like in practice, these mini games are not that complicated. The shooting gallery was already touched on with Trigger a little bit, but this plays totally differently than Trigger's and has a much more robust way of doing things. And obviously, it's on a boat on the beach with a gunbrella instead of in a dull gray police shooting gallery or whatever, or military shooting gallery. And but the Alice thing is totally brand new. I mean, its idea seems to be cribbed from one of the arcade games a little bit, but the assets
I mean,
and
everything's going to have its prototype, right?
yeah,
Like the Trigger one can serve as a prototype. The arcade game can serve as a prototype. Like if something works, then you can build on it. But
yeah.
you've got to sort of build the rudimentary proof of concept first.
But yeah, they had to make all the assets for all this and get all the character models to play nice with it. And all of Alice's animations on the surfboard are only used for this minigame. And it's just its presentation is well above and beyond what you would expect for a gacha company to be able to crank out. Like in Genshin, when we have a collect the coins or go fast event, it's just like a gliding challenge or whatever. Okay, or possess a Yumkasaur and run a course. They don't make a fully custom set of animations for one of the characters for one minigame and then have you do simple but intuitive controls to have it go surf down and collect stuff to build up a speed boost meter that you can use when you fill it up and drift to increase that meter whenever a turn's tight enough. Like, it's not that fleshed out at all. In Star Rail, in Star Rail they usually do weird stuff, or just another generic combat challenge. So they're just not very adventurous to begin with. Well, Seal Slammers, I guess, was adventurous from the most recent events, but and probably the closest they've come. But even then, that was the entire event was Seal Slammers. Alice's surfing minigame is 1/3 of the minigames. Well, depends on how much you count fishing as a minigame. Still only half of the gameplay events, and the main story is about running the resort, and is ginormous on top of it. Just blows my mind that ZZZ is able to do this, and I just want them to keep this up. The only issue I have with ZZZ right now is notifications wig out. Right now with the client.
So you're finally visiting where I am as of last patch.
Yeah,
where notifications will randomly just respawn.
Yeah, they just been wigging out lately. I basically have a permanent one on the start menu and no idea where the heck that thing could be hiding in a submenu somewhere. So yeah, other than that, I just want them to keep on doing what they're doing. Right now, ZZZ is so far away.
The thing is, that would be great. The problem is, I wonder if you're sentencing somebody to death by saying that.
It's possible.
Like, what hours are they pulling in the office?
Like, if their dev team is like 50 people, they're working like 18-hour days to do that kind of crap. That was an insane amount of content in one patch. Not even a highly marketed big patch. This is just the patch that happens to coincide with the summer event.
Because this is not like, oh, well, we're just comparing to the Hoyo games. Like, this is relative to the sort of content cadence output of the industry of live service games. Like, how much do you think the World of Warcraft team at its peak would produce in the same time period?
Yeah, they could not.
A trivial amount compared to this.
They could not crank that stuff out.
And this is when they were good. And I'm sure they had a whole bunch of arguments about the spaghetti code behind their retrofitted Warcraft 3 engine that they were originally building the thing on. But, ultimately they had a gargantuan team behind it.
Yeah. But yeah, it's just crazy. And what doubly made me just stop and think for a second when I was playing Alice's minigame, and I'm like, this is just a surfing time trial minigame, but they put so much effort into making this as good as possible. This is a quality game. Your enjoyment of that particular game mode may vary, but if you look at it, you can see it's a quality game mode. And it's just like they were able to crank this out. They were able to crank the shooting gallery out. They were able to retool the fishing event. They were able to crank out 1.5 full patches worth of stories for just this event. All of which I liked and were up to par with the current main story in terms of quality. At least the 2 character stories have been. The main story for the event's still ongoing. We'll see how that ends. But it's looking fine so far. I like where it's going. I think it's telling a very nice little regional story for the event that I enjoy very much. That I won't spoil anything of. But they're able to do all this, and it's high quality. It's not just junk food event stuff. I mean, well, it is junk food. It's gotcha. But it's high quality junk food. Like, you got the good Cheetos.
I think there's such a thing as good Cheetos.
So you're not eating the normally when a Genshin event comes out, it's like, it's Cheetos. If you're hungry, you'll eat it. It's like, but it's the dry, like, mini packets of the tiny ones, the ones that get stuck in your teeth. These are like the puffy, nice to eat Cheetos that still aren't good for you and still don't taste great, but it's way better than the normal Cheetos. That's underselling it. The event's really good.
I think they're just bringing Cheetos into the discussion as doing it an injustice. I really don't like Cheetos.
But yeah, so honestly, if you're going to play any of the Hoyo games right now, as long as ZZZ's doing this, I've said before they're my favorite by far in terms of gameplay and their response to players, but they're now pumping out events of this size, and if this becomes semi-regular, like every 3 patches or so we get an event like this, of this quality and scale, if you have to pick one, play ZZZ.
The big problem, though, is that no developer has ever managed that before.
Yeah,
that would be unprecedented, which makes me wonder if there's a hidden cost somewhere that we don't know about.
Yeah, it is a lot. Like, I this is why I think everybody was kind of expecting a bit more of a beat patch this time, because they've been putting out consistent, high quality, ginormous amounts of stuff and brand new stuff. A little bit experimental, some tested before in other events, and just fleshing them out as best they can, like the new exploratory hollow. Like, they tested the concept for that event, but they had to build the whole dang thing on top of the release of 2.0 with the new story and all the new characters and everything else that came with that. And we're like, okay, that must have taken some gas out of them, especially after just rebuilding the game. Like, surely they're going to no. They're just going to keep on keeping on. We'll see how long their stamina lasts. Hopefully, this is just due to the ridiculous efficiency of the engine, and we're not actually murdering developers who are putting out a product I like. But
yes, I would be very upset if there's like a lawsuit and it turns out that they've killed a developer by overworking them.
But yeah, strong recommend play this patch for ZZZ if you're even casually interested in the game. You do, I think, have to get caught up to the story before it'll let you in. I don't think this is an early entry one.
Yeah, I don't think they really do that in ZZZ. I mean, it's been relatively easy for the most part because practically every previous event has just been, and a thing is happening around town, so it doesn't really matter when you do it. But
yeah,
this is bound to particular characters in a particular place.
Yeah, and you have to, like, before the event started, you actually unlocked the resort area to fast travel to, but if you did the main story quest day it got released and you fast traveled to the resort area, it was dead. There were no NPCs or anything there because all that stuff wasn't set to spawn until the event started. It was very odd. You could go there, but it was a ghost town. But yeah,
Technically, you had to unlock Cheesetopia first, didn't you? I'm pretty sure you did.
Yeah, Cheesetopia, you had to finish 1.2 story, so pretty early in the story, relatively speaking, but still, you had to make some progress to do Cheesetopia. But here's the thing about ZZZ. They maintain their events in full, and they isolate their event areas inside separate maps, and just let you go to them whenever. So you can, if if you miss out on the limited time rewards, which does include the swim salute for Bell and Wise, which is free if you come during the event, at best you'll have to pay money for it later when it eventually goes up in the shop if they do that, or you may just miss out on it. But you got 45 days to do it.
I think it'll probably be an immortalized reward because it's the main character, it's the player point of view character.
Yeah, but I don't know if the latecomers that come late to the game might they might think they can get a bit of extra dosh out of swimsuit Belle and her.
Latecomers that come late, as opposed to all those other types of latecomers that come early.
I was stalling while I completed my thought, but yes. So yeah, just a colossal amount of content. I want the ZZZ team not to die. I would be okay with a beat patch if it keeps them alive, so they can keep doing this. But yeah,
I think that it's even if you're not a fan of ZZZ and you're a fan of the other games. I mean, I play all of them, but I don't care which one is successful. I'll still have stuff to do. But if you're a fan of one of the other ones and don't have any interest in ZZZ, if nothing else, it has looked historically like there is enough competition between the teams that they do drive each other to greater heights.
yeah, and it can be interesting to pull up a point of comparison just to see where one game's at, and see what these people would be capable of if they got their rear end gear. Now maybe there are engine version constraints for Genshin and Star Rail, and maybe because ZZZ does look like it's just held together a little bit better than with Popsicle Sticks and Happy Dreams.
Yeah, I get the feeling that Genshin and Star Rail were both built on very much the architecture of another engine, and they burned a lot more of that to the ground to rebuild for ZZZ by comparison. I think that probably a lot of the kit that they've got behind the scenes is built in-house, so they just have more control over what to do.
Yeah, and there's just like we've said before, there's just a whole lot more building that's done in ZZZ for stuff, and they seem to just be able to crank it out whenever. So it's very possible their engine just lets them do better than the other ones. But yeah, definitely recommend you play ZZZ, even if you're not really into action games at this point. You don't need a roster to do any of the story in ZZZ. Because one of the other things I really like about ZZZ, especially lately, is ever since the Anby patch, they more and more aggressively pushed trial character usage in story quests. This means that when you play the quest, you're getting a character that is scaled appropriately for whatever the devs think will get you the best story experience, and can do the content by whatever they give you. And this means you don't wind up with any squash fights that are squashed by your account rather than the narrative, and this means you don't have to worry about building your other characters because there's plenty of other game for you to use those characters in. But in the story, they just give you.
There are some people that hate that though, so it's this is not really a matter of them doing anything innovative. There are heaps of games that do that. The innovative part is them not capitulating when people whinge about it.
Yeah, they have doubled down on it even harder in this patch. With sometimes they would give you the option to take your some of your assist characters, like the Vivian quest. It's handy to at least throw Astra in there because Vivian don't hit very hard. You get stuck for a while, but they've just taken that out this patch. You're taking the trial characters whether you want it or not because it's necessary for the narrative. You can bring no extra supports whatsoever, and you actually have
you do exactly as much damage as they want you to do.
Yeah, they're not going to let you ruffle stomp through this through just numbercraft. So I enjoy this tremendously. It allows me to autistically invest in whatever characters I want as much as I want, and still know that the intended story experience is sitting there without me turning it into a non-factor. I really wish.
Well, I think that they knew that they had to do that with this game though, because player skill is going to be so diverse.
Yeah.
Like, there's no calculations that you can do in advance to offset the matter. You have to straitjacket people. You don't have any choice because the whole thing will break down otherwise.
Yeah. So I also like that ZZZ has been the most aggressive in firing its voice actors if they don't show up for work. Like they have replaced the entirety of the base cast that didn't show up for work. Like I think, what is it? Nekomata is the only one that's left of the original 5 stars. I think everybody else got fired. Like no, we're early enough. You're fired. You're not showing up to work, and we want to use this character. You're gone. And replace it with somebody else. Even if some of the new voices are not as good as the old ones, some of them are still perfectly fine or even better, like Lycon's. So yeah, I've harped on about ZZZ stuff enough, and Vol needs to the summer event needs to finish. So in 2 days or 26 or 28 hours, whatever it is, until the next batch comes out, so I can see the end of it. And Vol needs to do it at all. So once he finishes, we'll dive back into it and talk a bit about it.
My boss lets me have a freaking weekend.
Yeah. So that's where ZZZ's at. All right, Fern, you have not touched ZZZ very much at all.
I have not, and not for lack of wanting to. It's just lack of time.
Yeah, definitely recommend you check it out at some point to see where we're at now and how they're doing presentation now.
It'll be a different experience for him compared to us, because he won't have to endure the Bangbu TV.
I was able to blitz my way through chapter 1 very, very easily without Bangbu TV.
Yeah, Bangbu TV elongates the gameplay of the first 4 chapters or 4 patches worth of story a lot.
Yep.
But you've got 7 more patches after that that are scaled appropriately in length and content for no Bangbu TV.
Because those first areas are basically just the fight arenas cobbled together in a semblance of sense to match the story.
Yeah.
They make a few new elements to put in there, like the train turntables and things like that. But beyond that, it's just the arenas.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm so glad Bangbu TV is gone. That thing was a tumor.
Still haven't finished it. There's still too many things in my quest log that I look at them and I'm like, yes, but I know what I'm going to be required to do.
Yep. And then there's the prophecy.
Still sitting rotten in my quest log.
That one just sucks. There's no kidding around that. That was the prototype for Arpeggio Fault.
Oh no.
Fern, you should experience Arpeggio Fault just so you know the pain we had to go through.
Are there any rewards for doing it now?
I think there's a few polychrome awards and minor and miscellaneous currency stuff. I don't think there's any super limited, you can't get the Bangbu anymore.
Not that you really need it. Although it's generally regarded as one of the better free Bangbus. The ones you don't have to pull for.
Yeah.
But it's better in a Bangbu way, which is to say you're not going to be able to tell the difference.
Yeah. Oh, we did get a new Bangbu with a new patch. It is Sailor Moon Boo.
What?
Yeah. If I could find its actual name, I would get you a GIF, but it has the little magic Yeah. It has a little magic transformation wand and the same color palette with the full body transformation and the same clothing pop-ins, and it throws little bubbles that heal you.
It's totally a magical girl boo.
Oh, it's not just a magical girl boo. It's explicitly Sailor Moon Boo because it is based on the Bangbu in this universe that was on television as the Sailor Moon XP. Sailor Moon was Bangbu. Yes, actually, its little meatballs on its head are a plot relevant point for the main story. Actually,
that's about right. Actually, for Sailor Moon,
the leakers say that the next Bangbu is called Excalibur.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Will our fate crossover outdo the Star Rail one? It's just a dumb little
a Bangbu saber.
That would be. It doesn't even have to look like Saber. It could be the most generic. Well, we already have Nightboo. It could be the most generic looking Bangbu, and if it just does the Excalibur animation, I call it a win.
There you go, Nightboo and a blonde wig. a crappy blonde wig.
The Night Boo, as we know, Night Boo
It's
is
it's
kind of a character.
yeah. He's there's a specific Night Boo. What's starts with a Q?
He's Don Quixote
Yeah,
XP.
yeah. He's Don Quixote XP, and he is the most adorably retarded thing on the planet.
So showing up in a
Even-
crappy wig is not out of the question.
His owner is also retarded.
Yes. There is no helping poor Don Quixote Boo. He shows up often as a one of the weekly to-do list things around town that you get some bonus polychrome for doing, for which count as
Yep.
your weekly quests. And one of them is just go help the Bang Boo in town, and sometimes it'll be him doing something ridiculous.
He's decided on some new ridiculous quest that needs to be accomplished.
I've only done a few of those quests, but it seems like the town has a serious issue with kleptomaniac cats.
Yeah, early on, it's mostly kleptomaniac cats. Once you unlock the Wi-Fi Peninsula, Don Quixote Boo starts showing up a lot for that weekly slot. So yeah, ZZZ.
I didn't mention the next banners for Genshin because they're unremarkable and a good excuse to save your primos. The next banner, first side is Inefa Sitlali, and second side is Mulani Chaska.
Do I want to give?
Are you going to try and make Mulani relevant?
Make her work
Is
at
there
all?
is there a constellation that makes Sharky behave?
I don't think her constellations are that bad, but my real problem right now is just her weapon does not give her enough bonus on the for having high HP. Like it's the
And
4-star.
if C1 was Sharky goes where you actually tell him to, would you pull for it?
I mean,
Or do you prefer Sharky having a mind of his own?
like it is increased gas tank by 30% when out of combat for Sharky, and the first bite of a Sharky cycle does 66% more damage of your max HP in addition to it.
I don't have any idea if that sounds good or not.
I mean, that's a big multiplier to stick on top of it. It already does like 300 and something, but it's not worth as much as their weapon.
So weapon makes Sharky go where you tell him.
Her weapon is just a stat stick, but right now the problem with Mualani is her hits just don't pay off when Sharky does behave. I kind of like Sharky's jankness. It makes him feel fun to use. The problem is wrangling Sharky is such a endeavor that I kind of want him to pay off when he actually does hit, and there are sometimes it just doesn't work, even when the enemy is Sharky applicable, because there are some fights you just can't use. So,
all right,
that's the only thing for
You should
ZZZ.
start to wrap up, guys.
Yep. We went long, but I just really wanted to hammer home how big the ZZZ patch was, and how I am genuinely impressed with the quality of the content in addition to the quantity of the content. All right. No email and no news topics I saw that were relevant. Or they lapped in.
Everyone's speaking about the Steam payment censorship.
I saw some of that, but
I don't know enough about that to talk about it. So
yeah,
Basically, I've heard that that Australia is responsible. There's like I don't know if it's true or not. I haven't confirmed it, but I heard it was a bunch of radical feminists from Australia that spearheaded the whole thing.
I wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, I don't know. Don't know anything really about it other than that.
The only things that they really got banned from Steam were like the absolute most degenerate shit you can imagine. I just don't like it was them that got to do it. Like people weren't willing to ban those games because the content was immoral, but they're willing to ban them because feminists say so, and that bothers me.
Yeah. Like, I don't mind there being adult content on Steam as long as it's not somewhere I have to look at it or the kids can easily access it. It's fine, but there are limits.
I think it's degenerate and the world is better off without it, but it's better off without it because it's immoral, not because women don't like it because something feminism. Like
Yeah.
the pretty much everything that got banned was either like games where like rape is a part of the gameplay and games which were like based around incest primarily.
Yeah, I'm not going to miss any of those.
Ain't nobody going to miss any of those. It's horrifically degenerate, and the world is better off without them. However, the world is better off also without thinking that radical feminists are going to be the lodestone for how culture should be steered.
Mm.
There are much better reasons to ban it than because feminists say so.
Yep. So that's basically that. It's honestly a storm in a teacup again by the sound of it.
Well, as long
Yeah, it's the main games affected from what I heard were those ones that get trotted out by the dozen that are just like, sexual fetish ABC, some like pseudo VN type of thing, which has
Yep.
been made by probably algorithm in about 5 minutes and has
And
been
it's
given
been,
like some splash art and a name, and then they put it up on Steam.
yeah,
Oh, I
churned out
touched the water
in
with an
bulk
empty
on the
stem bar
cheap,
and
and
died.
it's about as erotic as slapping two sticks of wood together.
yeah, I'm not looked into any of this, so I've only saw something about it cross the farms feed, and that's it.
Yeah, there's some spurging about it, but I think it's more spurging because it's kicked off by radical feminists than anything else.
Yeah, I've been there's been too much ZZZ to do for me to care what the feminists have been doing.
That
Yeah.
feel when you die because you touched water with an empty stamina bar and drown in waist high water.
Yeah, yeah. That was an incredibly obnoxious fight.
That was obnoxious because they drain all your energy.
Yes. Also, a whore gets me killed when I do the swivel tether. As long as I'm doing the tether, Kenichi will skirt across the top of the water. The moment it runs out, he drowns in waist high water.
Yeah, I was
It's Saho's fault.
It is a whore's fault.
I was trying to keep my brain straight. I was playing hopscotch on the Mondstadt roofs. Down here in the People of the Springs area, doing People of the Springs things.
Yep.
Right. So
let's get out of here, shall we?
All right, folks. You got anything for us to send us out for Reelsy Reels?
No, I'm busy molding over the fact I'm going to be working tomorrow.
All right. All right, folks. Email topic of the week is go play ZZZ. All right. We'll see you later.